Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to Superwoman Project North Carolina. I'm Portia Johnson. I am the Executive Director of Black Girl Health Foundation. And Black Girl Health Foundation is an organization geared to improving the health of women and girls of color through education, engagement, and empowerment. And so we are so happy to be in North Carolina and bring this type of event to you. As a Black mom myself, I know other moms can relate the struggle of multitasking, always being the one to have to make sure everything happens, taking on everyone's stress and neglecting to care for ourselves, right? So today it's about knowing the triggers, recognizing them, and solutions for them. The topics that we're going to be really hitting on for Black moms is mental health, financial health, and maternal health, right? So we have some amazing workshop presenters. They are from North Carolina. They live in North Carolina to assist us with bringing you information and resources so you can live your best life, right? So to give you a taste of the workshops that you will see today, we have 4 workshops. So we have self-care for Superwomen. So that's going to be an interactive workshop. That's all yoga, learn how to stretch, free your mind, and just relax the natural way. So you'll be able to participate with Asha Sims and doing a yoga class. So that should be fun. We have funding your future. So that's all about learning how to make money in this new normal workforce, right? We've been hit with the pandemic and COVID. A lot of us have lost jobs. And this is a time where we need to learn how to save the money that we have and also learn how we can get multiple streams of income so we can provide for our families. We have mental health toolkit. Mental health toolkit is all about how to relax with essential oils. And then we have healthy living for mommy and me. So those of you who are new moms, or even, this is, your second, third child, whatever, it's important that moms get the nutrition that they need so they can be the best moms that they can be for them and for their child, right? And so I think a lot of times we neglect eating the proper foods that we need, whether it is to breastfeed or if it's for our mental stability. We know postpartum depression is really big, especially among Black moms, right? So those are the 4 workshops that we'll be presenting today by our amazing workshop presenters. In addition, today, y'all, we are hosting a free raffle, right? A free raffle for y'all. So y'all really don't have to do much of anything but comment, right? So if you automatically comment on any of the workshops once we see your name or whatever up here, your comment, my whole team is looking at that and automatically putting your name into our electronic raffle. And so that we are picking 10 winners who will automatically get essential oils by doTERRA, and also Rain non-toxic sanitary napkins. Right? So you will get a package of Rain non-toxic sanitary napkins, and you will also get doTERRA essential oils, right? So all you got to do is comment. That's all you got to do is comment on the workshop. So my crew will be standing by, and we will automatically be putting you in our electronic raffle and selecting people at random. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to get to our kickoff presenter. I'm really excited about, and that is Miss Latoya Pearson. Hello, Latoya, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. So Latoya is the president of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, and I'm so happy for her to be with us today. She is obviously a Black mom. She's a Black mom who's going to give her experience, being a mom, and also share a message to the community about how they can, overcome the stresses of being, be a mom, especially in this climate. So Latoya, please give it away.
Yes. Thank you. And welcome welcome to the Superwoman Project, North Carolina. Definitely excited to be here today. You're in for a real treat, I tell you. And one of the topics that Portia mentioned is about the postpartum depression that you're going to hear about today. And so I just wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about that as well. As a first-time mom, I experienced postpartum depression for about 3 to 4 weeks. I was confused. I was crying, had no reason why or reason to be crying. I could wake up in the morning and feel like I was in love with my son, who's right here as well, but in love with him and wanting to be with him. And then by the afternoon, I'm ready to go hide in a corner, right? And so it's a topic that's not always talked about in the Black community for sure. We shower our women at these baby showers and we buy them the cutest little things, the cutest little outfits. But no one set me aside and said, hey, listen, this is something that's real. And this is something that can definitely happen to you. So I was definitely excited to see that topic on the show today, list for today. So another thing is that, you may ask, I'm so in love with this Superwoman topic. So what is a superwoman? And if you look up in the dictionary, it says a woman of extraordinary or superhuman powers, a woman who copes successfully with simultaneous demands of a career, marriage, and motherhood. And so it really just says that women, I think all women are superwoman, but I feel like, in my opinion, when you meet a Black woman, you've met a superwoman. Black women are the matriarch of the community, and I feel like workshops like this need to continue to happen because Black women tend to take care of everybody. We want everybody else to be happy. We want everybody else to be healthy, and we neglect ourselves. So the topics that you're going to hear today, they're going to touch on all of those things, from career to financing to the mental healing. And my favorite is the postpartum depression and really understanding that mommy and me connection. So I'll leave you with this. The great Shirley Chisholm once said, you don't make progress by standing on the sidelines, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas. And so I say today, take some notes, find some new ideas, and then go out and actually implement them. We want to continue to make progress. So again, I'm Latoya Pearson. I'm president of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women right here in the Queen City, and want to just thank Black Girl Health Foundation. Thank you, Portia Johnson, for this awesome opportunity. And I know you guys are in for a great, great treat.
Well, man, I love the fact that you just said you make progress by implementing ideas. You know what I'm saying? So don't get stagnant in your own, your own suffering or struggle and feel like, okay, then you can't move. No, look, take that, channel that into something positive, right? And think of a way out of it. Think of a way how I can make more money and get another stream of income. Think of a way how I can live my best life instead of being at home and in slumps and mentally just being drained. Like, do something. We got to do something about it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
so I love that. Yes. And Black women are the superwomen. Yes. I love that.
Thank you.
Latoya, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your support and being with us today.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, y'all. So now our last kickoff presenter is actually going to help us start the show with a spoken word. So I'm really excited about that. Without further ado, I'm going to bring her up. Yes, Ms. Mocha Mama, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am well. So Mocha Mama is actually going to hit us off. She's an award-winning spoken word artist, and she is going to, grace us with, her poem that she has for us entitled Superwoman. And I know you are a mom yourself.
Yes, I am a mother. I've lasted 16 years now.
So you've been through all the phases. You've been through a lot of different phases.
It's a new phase every other week. Well, I understand some of the struggles. I could totally get where the struggles come in at, and how we're always being like having to be on the forefront, having to be Superwoman and staying solid. And it's been real out here.
Absolutely. Well, I'm really excited, to hear your spoken word, and I know everyone watching is too. So I'm going to let you do your thing, and sit back and listen.
Thank you very much. So I actually was inspired to write this piece because of the Superwoman program with North Carolina. So it was only right to title this piece Superwoman. So I hope you guys enjoy it. What if I told you that everything you were taught about being a superwoman is a myth? You learned that nothing comes easy. Being tired all the time is normal. Stress every day is the only way. How putting yourself last is the selfless thing to do. And that it's perfectly okay to save everyone in this world except you. Because I am a superwoman. Yes, I am. Yes, she is. But there is nothing super about being unhealthy. There's nothing super about not getting enough sleep at night. There is nothing super about having a restless mind. Let's look around you. Can't you see? We have been duped by mankind. You don't always have to fight and push through all the time. Sometimes you have to just sit back and get comfortable with telling people, no, I cannot do that. Because your definition of a superwoman, I will no longer be. I'm only one single person with just two hands. I will not let you put everything on me. Because you cannot save everybody. You're not even supposed to. And with all of that pressure and expectations on one person, that is inhumane and unnatural. But what if I told you what superwomen really do? We live balanced lives and manage our time. We know everything we want and need flows to us easily and abundantly. We set boundaries to ensure a peaceful life. We close our eyes and have the sweetest dreams, knowing everybody's going to be all right. Our spirits soar the moment we lean into healing and away from all that pain. We'll be able to move with grace and confidence all throughout our bodies and our brains. No more heartache, no more struggle, no more pain. The new legacy of a superwoman is facing adversity and staying sane, taking back our power and our strength, learning to breathe with ease all over again. Because superwomen deserve happy endings and peaceful lives. We deserve to be swept off our feet, respected when we walk down the street, loved unconditionally. We deserve big hands and strong arms wrapped around us, warm embraces that make us feel his bulletproof protection. We deserve softness and passionate kisses and deep conversations to discover us. We deserve understanding and grace, patience and kindness, happy homes and carefree days, public and private affection on display. We deserve to love and to be loved. And you're never too old and it's never too late to live with a light heart and have a genuine smile on your face. And facing our fears will always lead us to progress. But if you're worried about failing right now, get out of the way of your own success. Because the only way you can fail is if you throw in the towel. And superwomen don't do that. We take breaks and we slow down. We make commitments to love ourselves and we stand our ground. Because the more you love yourself, the more love you have to give to others. And the more joy you feel, the more joy you have to share with others. And the more peace you feel, the more peace you have to bring to others. All you have to do is be someone who makes you happy. So join me in resting before we get tired, honoring no as a complete and total sentence. Know that you are not the bottom of the barrel, but believing that you are top shelf. Understand that in order for you to be superwoman for anybody, you have to first be super to yourself.
Mm, mm. Yes, yes, yes. It's so, Mocha, it is so important to understand that and internalize that you have to be super to yourself and have that self-esteem. Like if we are really, going to be superwoman, you got to embrace that you are beautiful, that you are wonderfully made, that you are, I mean, we got to empower ourselves and not neglect ourselves, not only physically but mentally.
Mentally and with nourishment and
Yes,
all of that is so important, or we cannot help anybody else. We're not going to be any good to anybody.
absolutely. Well, that was just an excellent way, to get into our workshops and start our program. I thank you so much for being with us, and I so thank you for gracing us with your presence and that wonderful Superwoman poem.
You're
Definitely
welcome.
needed. Definitely need it. We got to, we got a comment already. Someone said powerful. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you again and have a great day.
You're welcome. You too.
All right. So I hope you all are ready. We are going to get into our workshops, but first we're going to have a commercial break. And again, I would like to announce and remind people that we are doing a raffle. We are doing a raffle today. So if you comment, your comments are automatically going to be entered into our raffle for free, right? So just commenting, we're automatically going to enter your name into a raffle when we see a comment from you. And then we are going to be announcing winners after the second workshop, after the third workshop, and at the end of the show, we are going to announce winners. Winners will get a box of Rain Rain non-toxic sanitary napkins. So chemical free. Y'all, it's this expensive stuff, right? So chemical free sanitary napkins, and you're going to get some doTERRA essential oils to help you relax. So make sure you comment. Make sure you comment. I want to see the comments going in. Ask questions to our presenters. We're picking 10 winners. 10. So a lot of people have a chance of winning. 10 winners we are picking. And so we'll announce those winners. When you hear your name called, you'll email us your shipping information. And the email will all be on across the screen. So without further ado, we are going to get started. We'll be right back with the first workshop, which is yoga. Are y'all ready for yoga? I hope y'all ready for yoga. We're going to do, moms, I hope y'all are here, ready for some yoga. We're going to have yoga coming up right after the break.
Hi, I'm Olivia Karavitakis, Facilities Director for Carter Bank and Trust. I have a background in construction management with a focus on sustainable construction practices and energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. We are working to remodel all of our locations here at Carter Bank and Trust with a focus on health and well-being within our branches. We're looking at using materials that are LEED compliant. So that means they are low to no VOCs, volatile organic compounds. All of our paints, floorings, furniture, everything that you see in our branch is put here for the best interests of our customers and our employees. As we continue to work towards remodeling all of our locations, you may notice branch closures coming to an area near you. So please look at our social media pages and to be up to date on all the closures that will be happening in the near future. We hope that you will help Carter Bank & Trust celebrate our brand new look made just for you.
Introducing Rain Premium Sanitary Napkin. 50 milliliters of water will be poured onto a rain pad to test the absorbency system. Rain has an innovative design that is made with a strip infused with Nobel Prize-winning material, graphene. Finally, her feminine flow has met its match. Click the link below to order your Rain pads today. Rain is exclusively designed by Jewel Sanitary Napkins, LLC.
Not so long ago, ingredients were legible, fragrances were real, cleaning products were safe, and cheese was, well, cheese. Yes, once upon a time, products were actually products of nature. But over the last century, industry after industry abandoned the source for synthetics and purity for profit. But what does it mean for your health? Concern is mounting over the risks of toxic load. For the most part, bodies are quite adept at filtering and flushing toxins, which is important since some toxins are not easily avoided. The human body can only filter and flush so much before the load takes a physical toll. Though you can't control many everyday environmental toxins, you can purge the hundreds of toxins lurking in your own cabinets and drawers. Indeed, studies have found that just a squirt of common air freshener releases close to 100 contaminants. Many perfumes and colognes contain phthalates, which emerging science suggests may be linked to reproductive and development issues. Most products used to clean the home should probably come with a full protective suit. It wasn't always this way, and it doesn't have to be. Pure and effective products do exist that bring the best of nature into your everyday routines. The choice is yours. doTERRA. Pursue what's pure.
Greetings, everyone. I'm so excited to be joining you this morning. My name is Asha Sims. I am a holistic wellness practitioner, owner, and CEO of Ashakti Wellness and Yoga here in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I'm so excited to be here today to share with you some movement to help us super moms, superwomen, super moms, learn how to go inward and be centered within ourselves so that we can be this phenomenal woman that we are with the world. So part of this today in yoga and understanding, for those of you who have never done yoga before, it is okay. We will be doing gentle yoga, just some breath work and some poses to reconnect with the body. And that is so important. Being the super moms and super women that we are, we go. We often don't find time for ourselves. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about some tips for self-care to help us deal with stress, but most importantly, how to reconnect ourselves, our mind, our body, and our spirit. And that is what yoga can do for you. It can help to come one with your body. As African-American women, we tend to disconnect. We stay so focused on being the mom, being the wife, being the daughter, being the business owner, whatever our roles may take. And sometimes we lose ourselves in this process. So yoga is a great way to come to the mat to learn more about yourself. And that's what we're going to do. Today, even though I carry many roles as a licensed clinician and wellness practitioner, I present to you today as a mom. I say that and how important yoga has been in my life. I became a mom, my first child, at 40. So all the mothers over that had their first children over 40, I give you shouts. But now as I've approached 50 and being a mom, yoga was what helped keep my sanity. I always say I had PTSD having a child at 40, but it's what kept me grounded. My mat has become my friend. I go to my mat when I'm sad. I go to my mat when I'm angry. I go to my mat when I'm mad. I go to my mat when I need to find me. So I thank you today. So we're just going to do some brief body warm up just for you to get reconnected with your body. So find a place where you can get comfortable. I always believe about us setting our intentions and setting a place for us to find peace, whether that is your incense burning. You see, I have candles burning. Aromatherapy is wonderful. Essential oils, which you will find some more information about today on how essential oils can help with your emotions. But take time to set your environment. This is very key of having your centeredness within yourself in a place that you feel safe to be able to go within. So as we find our comfortable space, before we begin, I just want us to learn to go in, learn to ground, how to become centered. Because day to day as moms, some of us woke up this morning getting our children together, getting our husband together, getting ourselves together, and we pulled and we start our day in this disfragmented state. So let's just come sitting straight up, if possible, keeping the back aligned. If you choose to have your legs extended out in front of you, that is fine. Whatever is most comfortable. And understand today's poses is not about how it looks. Yoga is not always about the pose. It's really about the breath work and the movement with the body and becoming one. So finding that comfortable position, keeping your back straight and erect. Make sure you're relaxing yourself. And then very gently, I encourage you to either rest your hands on your knees, upward or downward, whichever is most comfortable for you. And I invite you to bring your eyes down towards the floor or close your eyes, whichever one is most important and comfortable for you. And let's just take a moment to focus on our breath. Our breath is what connects us with the universe, what connects us with the world. So just begin about bringing awareness as you breathe in through your nose and exhale through your nose. Inhale again through your nose and exhale through your nose. And just bring awareness right now to the sensations of the breath, the coolness as you inhale through your nostrils. Feel it increasing in your lungs. And as you exhale, releasing the breath, allowing your body to relax. Inhale. Exhale. And let's take a moment and scan our bodies for any tension. Starting at the top of your head, imagining a warm light shining down at the crown of your head with warm, loving energy. And then slowly relax your forehead. Relax your brows, making sure you're not scrunching up your face. Relax your eyes, allowing them to rest in the sockets, not squinting. Relax your jaw, and you may want to just release it, not tightening or biting down, just allowing the jaw to hang. Relax your shoulders. Relax your arms, your elbow, your wrists, your fingers. Take a nice deep breath in, breathing into the chest, feeling your rib cage rise with the breath, and release out your mouth. feeling the rib cage drop. Bringing awareness to your stomach, relaxing the stomach, relaxing your hips, relaxing your thighs, your knees, your shin, your ankles, and your toes. And just focus inward on this beautiful feeling of releasing tension in your body as you connect, noticing the floor underneath you, providing you with security and grounding. Bring awareness to any sensations around you. Notice the temperature of the room. Does it feel neutral, uncomfortable? Bring awareness of any sounds that you may be hearing at this time. We often can hear several sounds at one time, but take notice to the different sounds, using all your senses to be present in this moment. Taking another deep breath in, breathing in love, peace, and joy, and exhale out your mouth what no longer serves your higher self. And on your next breath, bring your hands to heart center, prayer position. If you choose to open your eyes, you may do so. If you choose to keep them closed and going inward, that is an option as well. So from here, inhale, bring your hands up high above your head, extending them up towards the ceiling, reaching high. And as you exhale, release arms out by your side, nice and slow, stretching them out. Breathing your hands back into heart center. Great job. Inhale again, reaching up high, feeling that stretch. This time you may want to look up, opening yourself up to all that the world has for us today. And as you exhale, slowly opening your arms up, stretching them wide, allowing your heart chakra to open up. Bringing your hands back into heart center, bringing all that good energy back into your heart. One more time, good job. Inhale, reach up high, extending again up to the sky, opening ourselves to unlimited possibilities. Exhaling, opening, allowing the love to come through our heart. Exhaling back, bringing all that goodness back into heart center. Good job. Take a nice deep breath in. Release out over the fingertips. All about the breath. Great job. From here, inhale, open your arms out to the side, spread them out, and just slowly rotate your wrists. Nice and slow, stretching them out. And let's begin to take small circles going forward right now, activating our arms. We're going to do a slow wake up for our body. Basically, is allowing us to say hello body and our body parts to talk to us. So bring awareness to what your body has to say today. Start making larger circles, getting that flexibility and fluidity. That's what we want to do. We want to flow through life. And then backwards in the opposite direction, starting with the big circles. And then from here, slowly going into more smaller circles. Arms out to the side and slowly drop them down to the mat. Arms still extended. Make that TV position with your fingertips and allow that energy to be discharged into the mat for a moment. Relax your body. Are you tensing? Relax the shoulders. Feel that energy being channeled out through your arms, through the movement, allowing you to be grounded. Good job. Bringing your hands back to heart center. Inhale, open wide again, real wide. Bringing your arms open as far as they can, trying to get those shoulder blades to meet. And as you release, wrap your arms around you, squeezing yourself tight. And just hold it here for a moment. We often do not take time to love on ourselves. So just take a moment as we stretch the back. If you wish to drop your chin as well, or you may want to take any type of movement, any rocking motion is very soothing. And just taking that moment to love on yourself, which we often don't do. And we give and give and give to so many people that sometimes our bodies say, I'm being neglected. Inhale again, opening your arms wide again. Again, we're getting this heart chakra open. And release this time, alternating the arms from the different hold from before. Grabbing yourself again, squeezing yourself, giving yourself a great big hug, and just hold it there for a moment, noticing the difference in the stretch this time. One shoulder may be more tighter than the other. Again, take any movement, any rocking if you choose. Anything that is soothing to you in this moment as you give yourself some individual attention, some one-on-one time. Great job. Inhale, release, back open again. Arms up above your head. And this time, slowly stretch forward, reaching. And let's hold it here for a moment. Extending those arms out, reaching. There's so much out there that we want to do and bring forward. We just have to reach for it. And then slowly release your hands down to the floor. Dropping your head last, allowing your head to hang. Feeling that stretch in your lower back or your shoulders, and taking any movement that you need in this moment to stretch yourself out. Allowing your body to tell you what it needs right now. And then slowly just walk your hands over to the left, all the way to the left. You may want to take your right hand over your left hand and feel that stretch go down the right side of your body. Oh, that feels good. Allowing your body to wake up. Still remembering to breathe. Everything is about the breath. And then slowly release and walk your hand over to the other side. Nice and slow. Everything is about slow movement. Taking your left hand over your right hand. And taking that deep breath in and relax into the pose. Feeling the stretch on the right side. Noticing the difference in your body. Scanning your body for tension and relax into the pose. And then walk your hands slowly back to the front. And walk your hands back until you're coming back into a seated position. Good job. You may begin to feel your body increasing its body heat and warming up with the movement of the body. You may feel tingling in your body. This is good as we get the energy circulating. So for here, we're going to loosen up the shoulders and the neck where we tend to hold a lot of stress. So this one here, for your next breath, inhale, bring your chin up towards the ceiling, nice and slow, opening up that throat chakra. And as we exhale, slowly bring your chin down to your chest. Inhale, back up, and just allowing that neck to open up. Our throat chakra is where we communicate and express creativity, just back and forth, breathing with it. This helps us. Sometimes we over-communicate or we don't communicate. By providing this motion and this movement, helps open up where we may have tension because of lack of communication. And bring yourself back into a neutral position. On the next breath, inhale, bring your chin over to the right shoulder, nice and slow. And as you exhale, drop the chin down over to the left shoulder. Inhale, drop the chin down over to the right shoulder. And just continue to take this movement with your breath, nice and slow. Noticing how your neck feels. You may feel some pops, some pulls sometimes as we open up and release any tension. And then slowly just take a neck roll, a full roll clockwise. And at this time, be conscious. Are your shoulders tight? If so, release the tension. You don't have to tighten your shoulders to do a neck roll. But often we don't realize that we're in a state of tension. Counterclockwise. Good job. You should feel your neck loosening up. And last rotation, bring yourself back up to a neutral position. Great job. Here, we're going to go to the shoulders. So let's take a nice deep breath in. This time, bring our shoulders up to our ears. Real tight, shrug the shoulders. Exhale, lower them back down. Inhale, shoulders up to your ears. A nice tight shrug. Exhale, shoulders down. One more time. Inhale, shoulders up to your ears and hold it here. Tighten it, but remember to breathe. But just hold it here and breathe. You may feel your arms starting to shake. You may feel the body heat rise. This is good. Exhale, drop the shoulders down. Come into a neutral position and just notice the energy in that area as you release tension. Great job. From here, we're going to take the shoulders up again, but forward and doing shoulder rolls and back. Inhale, up and back. Just taking time and taking whatever movement. And if you need to use your elbows in this, again, it's whatever feels good to your body. Allow your body to do the movement. Instead of you thinking, follow your body. Again, now upward and backwards, rotating the direction. And remember to breathe with the movement. Good job. And come back into a neutral position, noticing how your body feels now as we're going down and breathing in oxygen and helping increase circulation and decrease tension in our bodies. Great job, you guys. From here, moving down to the torso and helping to loosen up things here. We're going to do my favorite. This may take some coordination with the breath. So we're just going to move the torso part of our body. And we're going to go in counterclockwise motion, just moving the rib cage. So we're not making this motion. We're just moving the rib cage in a nice circle. And try to avoid the shoulders with just that individualized concentration. So you may need to close your eyes to focus and just take that movement, feeling the stretch in your rib cage along the sides, breathing with it. And let's go counterclockwise now. Remember, we're just moving the rib cage and the chest. Nice deep breaths, loosening up the body. This also helps with digestion, getting that digestive system activated to help speed up metabolism. Great job. Coming back into a neutral position, taking a nice deep breath in. Release out through the mouth. Your body is loving you more and more with each breath and each pose. So now as we move down to our hips and help opening up this and our lower back area, we're going to now take a nice deep breath in. And we're going to move our whole body forward, making spirals and circles. Inhale forward. Exhale backwards. Noticing your body in this, where you feel any tension, but allowing your Kundalini energy center to be activated. And you can go as slow as you want, as fast as you want, taking any movement. You may want to put your whole body into this. Again, what feels good to you? And counterclockwise now. Breathing with the motion. And bringing awareness to the body as you move. Great job. Inhale, come back up into a upright seated position. Take a nice deep breath in. Release out the mouth. Great job. From here, let's come onto all fours into what we call tabletop position. As we continue to loosen up the body, loosen up our spine. You want your knees about hip width apart, which is 2 fists. Some of you may think your hips are wider than what they are. So that's 2 fists. Hands flat on the floor, wrists stacked below your shoulders. So finding this position here, we're going to do a pose called cat and cow to help lubricate the spine and promote more flexibility. So we're going to take a deep breath in, and your tailbone is going to go up towards the ceiling, and your chest and chin are coming up in what we call cow pose. Holding it here. You may feel that stretch in this part of your stomach or your tailbone. As you release, tailbone go down towards the floor, chin to your chest as you put that hump in your back into cat pose. Inhale, cow. Putting that dip in your back, extending that tailbone up towards the ceiling. Exhale, coming up into cat. And just take a couple of breaths, taking this movement at your own pace. Inhale and exhale. And then from here, take whatever movement to loosen up your spine. If you want to take your head to try to meet your left hip and alternate back and forth, allowing any movement that you feel your body wants to take. You may go into the snake if you wish, put some movement into your body, or you may choose to take circles with your whole body, round circles, whatever movement that feels good, opposite direction of the circles. Good job. From here, our last body exercise to help open up the back. We're going to tuck our toes under and come into downward dog. For those of you who don't know what it is, just listen to my instruction. Hands flat on the mat, spread your fingers, tuck your toes under and push up through your knees into downward dog, pushing away from your hands, tailbone up towards the ceiling. Inhale, reach up on your toes just to stretch them out. Slowly lower that heel back down. And then from here, inhale, slowly lower your knees back to the mat. We're going to lower our chest to the mat now. And inhale, coming up into what we call upward dog. Allowing your hips to sink into the mat here, relaxing. Remember to breathe. And on the next inhale, come up. Bring your knees to the outer edge of the mat. Coming back to sitting on your ankles in what we call child's pose. Child's pose is a restorative pose to get your breath, to recenter. And just take a moment to relax here and surrender into the pose. Understanding your intentions in today's practice is to release stress. And then slowly come back up on all fours. Again, taking your time, being gentle with yourself. And come back to a seated position. Bringing your legs straight out in front of you. Back aligned, straight, spine to ceiling. Elongating yourself to help us with our posture. Bring your hands to heart center. Inhale, reach up high. Again, lengthening. Exhaling forward, reaching for those toes. Stretching. Feeling the stretch in the hamstring. Now, if you need to slightly bend your knees, you may do so if that's comfortable. If you have tight hamstrings, you may only get to your shin. That is fine. You go to where your body allows you to go and feel the stretch. Take a nice deep breath in. Go a little deeper into the stretch as you relax. Each breath is allowing you to go deeper and relax more. Inhale and slowly walk your hands up your legs. Coming back into a seated position. And now we're going to find ourselves onto our backs. As we wind it down, time goes by very fast. And for a moment, just lay here for a moment. Allowing your back to align itself on the floor. And with your knees, just slowly walk them to the left. Real gentle. We call these windshield wipers. And back to the right. Taking nice, slow, deliberate movements. Breathing with the flow. And then you may take those knees all the way over to the right. Feeling that stretch. Inhale, bring them back up, going all the way over to the left. Good job. Bringing your knees back up. And on the next breath, inhale, bringing your knees into your chest. Grabbing your hands around your knees. Inhale, bringing your knees tighter into the chest, bringing your forehead to your knees. And exhale, one vertebrae down at a time. Again, inhale, forehead to your knees. Exhale, one vertebrae down at a time. And last time, inhale your forehead to your knees and hold it here and come into a tight ball. Again, I emphasize this is how many of us walk around day to day in a tight ball. Remember to breathe, but still hold that pose tight, tight, tight. And slowly release one vertebrae at a time, bringing your head down. Relaxing, allowing your body to relax. Bring your hands out to the side, keeping your knees tucked in your chest. And then slowly drop your knees over to the left. We call this a side spinal twist. And if you wish to look over your right shoulder for a nice neck stretch, you may do so. And take a couple of breaths, noticing the stretch down the right side of your body, relaxing into it, relaxing your shoulders. Inhale and slowly lift your knees, bringing them over to the opposite side, looking over your left shoulder if you choose to for a neck stretch on this side. Noticing the differences in your body from each side. Your left side is your feminine side, your right side is your masculine. The masculine side is where we try to figure everything out in life and that logic. And the left side is knowing, intuition, going inward. Inhale, lift knees back up. And then slowly make small circular motions with them, allowing the floor to massage our lower part of our back. And drop your feet to the floor and bring the soles of your feet together in what we call reclined bound angle, allowing your knees to fall open wide to the mat. And I want you to take your left hand and place it on your womb, and your right hand and place it on your heart. And let's focus right now on our breaths in this moment. So the next breath, I want you to inhale into your womb. So when you inhale, your stomach is going to expand like a balloon. This is a different type of breathing because we often don't breathe appropriately. So inhale into the belly, feeling your stomach rise. Then bring the breath into the chest. And you exhale the same way from your chest, then your womb. Inhale into the womb. Inhale into the heart. And exhale the same way. One more time. Bring that breath into the womb. Bring in life and energy here. Bring it all the way up to the chest. And release the same way. And just continue to breathe for a moment, connecting yourself, connecting your womb and your heart. Again, for those of us that deal with severe issues around our menstrual cycles, whether it's menopause, whether it's fibroids, a lot of it is stress. So this is our time to give to our bodies, telling our womb we love her, regardless. Slowly take your hands and bring them to your legs, bringing your knees together, nice and slow, very gentle. And let's stretch our legs out straight now. If this is comfortable, if it's more comfortable to keep your knees bent, you may keep it there. This is what we call savasana. This is the end of yoga when you're still, allowing your body to relax. So let's just take a couple of breaths, and I suggest or even invite you to think about gratitude. We often think about stress, but let's allow our bodies to relax and be thankful for the movement we took today, being thankful for our breath, being thankful for our bodies to allow this movement in us now. And now let's wiggle our toes, wiggle our fingers, and slowly roll over onto your right side into a fetal position, resting your head on your arm. Again, another restorative pose, allowing your body to release any tension and just being one with yourself and your body, allowing your body to give you thanks for the movement that just occurred. And then slowly taking a hand, propping yourself up, very slowly and gently bring yourself back up to a seated position. Keeping your eyes closed or down towards the floor. Coming back up slowly. Keeping your back straight, allowing the blood to flow back down. Bringing your hands to your heart. Taking a nice deep breath in through your nose. And out through your nose. We take this moment now of the stillness and the peace that we have found within and allow ourselves to share this with others outside the mat, outside this room, outside this event. For we are the center of peace. So as we continue to walk in peace, we share this peace with others in our community, within our families. We are the light. We are the energy. We are source. As we say in yoga, the light in me recognizes the divine light in each and one of you. I thank you for today's session of breath and movement as we step into our beings, our higher selves, of being the superwoman that we are, but this time having the tools of reducing the stress to do so. Namaste. I thank you guys for this practice. Just want to give you tips of learning to go within yourself, taking time for yourself, take time out of the day to be still and give yourself time. One just assignment I encourage you to do is 2 times out the week, give yourself 15 minutes to do nothing. That means lock yourself in the bathroom, no phone, anything, just to breathe. You may find it hard, but try it and it will self-check you, because if you cannot do that 2 times a week, think about what you're neglecting yourself. So I thank you for being a part of this. I hope to see you soon in other platforms or sharing experiences of yoga. So thank you guys. And I look forward to the rest of the speakers and presenters to get you right to have a stress-free day or stress-free life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you. That was definitely so relaxing. You know, I even saw some of the presenters kind of doing it from their seats, you know. So thank you so much. We definitely a little bit of yoga is so good to start your day, you know, every morning, just to become one with yourself before you take on like everything that's going to happen. You know, I mean, all the stressors that could happen that day. You know, it's good not to wake up frazzled, but to kind of be, you know, it helps mellow you out so you can handle things a little bit better.
Go to sleep at night.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So ladies, I hope you enjoyed. I see a lot of, you know, comments and stuff. Thank you. Again, I totally appreciate it. It was wonderful.
Blessing. Thank you for this event.
All right. Okay. So, ladies, are you guys ready for the second workshop? Yes. Continue to comment. A couple of things I want to make you aware about. If you're liking what you're seeing, and want to be involved in Black Girl Health, we want you to be a part of our membership. Most of the workshop presenters that you see here, they're all Black Girl Health members. If this is something that you want more and more, become a member. We do these types of things every Friday in our membership. We have free events. You get recipes, healthy recipes and workouts, all that good stuff. If you are a professional, say you are a therapist, say you are a financial coach, say you are a fitness trainer, a yoga instructor, whatever it is, come to us. Those are the people who host our workshops, right? Not just here in North Carolina, but all across the country. We typically pick from our membership, from our partner. Our members, we call them partner members, but our professionals, we pick them to host workshops all across the country. So if you're the person who wants to kind of get their brand out there, get just more exposure in our community, in our BGH community and stuff, be a part of our sisterhood. We want you. So you can register at membership.blackgirlhealth.com, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. And I should tell you, if you register this month, if you don't end up winning some of the rain pads, the rain pads during this event, we're also giving away non-toxic rain pads to everyone who becomes a member this month as well. So you automatically get that. So yes, register, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. You see it across the screen. So the next thing is you will see in the comments evaluation of the workshop that you just participated in, the yoga workshop. So it's just a quick feedback. It takes like 1 second. We just want to know if you liked it. What are you liking? You know, is this something that you want to, want back in North Carolina, that sort of thing? It's really quick. Just we encourage everyone who's participating just to fill out that quick little survey. Again, the raffle, ladies, we are doing the raffle right after this next workshop. The second workshop that's coming up, we are announcing our first 3 winners. Our winners get not only the non-toxic the rain sanitary napkins, a box of that, but they also get the Terra essential oils, right? So when we announce the winners, we are going to have our email across the screen. You'll just email us your shipping information. We'll get that stuff out to you. Okay. So and all you have to do to win is comment. So we see a lot of people comment. Everybody who has commented or asked a question, you're automatically entered into our little electronic raffle. So so our second workshop is, funding your future with Desiree Mittman. So comment, ask questions. We want to hear from you. We got Kiara. This is like, I cannot wait for you to sign up for the membership. So, you may get a box here of sanitary napkins, and you get another box if you sign up for a membership again this month. So, either way, we have our next workshop coming up. So we'll be back trying to get your finances in order, moms, and trying to, increase your pocketbook, some funds, increase those coffers. We're going to learn what to do from Desiree Mittman. So we'll be right back right after the break. So stay with us.
The heart is a muscle that needs oxygen to work. The heart pumps oxygen-rich blood from your lungs to tissues throughout the body so that they can function. COVID-19 is a disease caused by a virus called SARS-CoV-2. The virus most commonly affects the lungs, but it can also lead to serious heart problems. COVID-19 can damage the lungs, preventing enough oxygen from reaching the heart muscle. This can injure the heart tissue and make it work harder to get oxygen to other tissues. In addition, your body responds to the virus by creating inflammation. Inflammation helps fight infection, but in some people with COVID-19, it seems to go into overdrive. The inflammation may damage the heart muscle or disrupt the electrical signals that help it beat properly. This could reduce its pumping ability or lead to an abnormal heart rhythm called an arrhythmia, or make an existing arrhythmia worse. The virus may also infect the heart cells. Researchers are working to understand if and how much this contributes to the heart damage in people with COVID-19. Some people seriously ill with COVID-19 form many small blood clots throughout their body, including their heart, which can also cause damage. Researchers think that inflammation may in part trigger the clots. People who have high blood pressure, diabetes, or obesity are more likely to have problems with their heart from COVID-19. NHLBI-funded research has helped us understand how inflammation and infection affect the heart. NHLBI is also supporting new studies, including clinical trials, focused on developing safe and effective treatments for people infected with SARS-CoV-2. We should all take steps to help protect ourselves and others from infection by washing hands often, avoiding crowded places, wearing a mask, and staying at least 6 feet from other people. Visit our website for the latest information and resources on COVID-19.
Sometimes we need that extra encouragement. We need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement.
Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes, and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of High's Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BJH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson-Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
Introducing Rain Premium Sanitary Napkin. 50 milliliters of water will be poured onto a rain pad to test the absorbency system. Rain has an innovative design that is made with a strip infused with Nobel Prize-winning material, graphene. Finally, her feminine flow has met its match. Click the link below to order your Rain pads today. Rain is exclusively designed by Jewel Sanitary Napkins, LLC.
everyone. My name is Desiree Memon, and I am the owner of Mustard Seed Financial Coaching. First and foremost, I want to thank Black Girl Health Foundation for putting on this powerful and impactful event. And then secondarily, I would like to thank you all for tuning in as we talk about Funding Your Future, a workshop that will help you overcome your financial struggles and build a career in the new virtual workforce. If we could please go to the next slide. Hold on one second, guys. Awesome, thank you. So we have 3 objectives today that we're going to achieve. One, we're going to share some financial knowledge. Then we're going to increase our financial literacy. And then finally, we're going to provide some actionable options to improve your financial position. So what I need from you all today, if you please go back to the last slide, thank you. What I need from you all today is participation in the chat. So please share your thoughts, questions, comments, and I encourage you all to have some paper or even open up notes on your phone so that you can jot down anything that you hear that resonates with you today. Now, on to the introduction. So my name is Desiree Memon, as I mentioned before. I was born and raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. I grew up in a middle-class income household with both my parents and older and younger sister. I went to NC State University for undergrad, where I earned 2 degrees, one in accounting and then the other in finance. And I also have my MBA from Wake Forest University. I have 15 years experience in the financial services industry, working with some of the largest banks globally. And I've been a financial coach as well as a real estate investor for the past 3 years. So what I want to talk about now is just a little bit about my own financial journey. So if you'll go with me, travel back in time, back to 2007 versus to where I am now. So looking back in 2007, I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, working for a major bank there, making about $57,000 a year. And I had over $40,000 worth of debt. And this debt was a mixture of student loan debt, credit card debt. To this day, I still remember this very distinctly, where I got my last credit card statement, had a balance of over $15,000. I had already overdrawn on my account for the month, and payment was due later that month. And I had no additional income coming into my bank account before the start of the next month. I had officially hit rock bottom. I distinctly remember sitting on my kitchen floor with my back against my black refrigerator, crying because I was trying to figure out, where did all my money go that month? I was feeling embarrassed, I was stressed out, and I was extremely frustrated. And it was all directed at myself. I was completely out of control with my money and felt like I had nowhere to turn to get help or even support to help dig myself out of the hole that I had put myself in. So I tried a lot of different methods starting from that point in order to get out of debt. One method that I did try was, I thought I could borrow my way out of debt. I figured, I'm smart. I work at a bank. At that point in time, I have 2 degrees. I should be able to figure this out. I see people borrow money all the time. And I get all these offers in the mail from credit card companies, 0% interest for 24 months. And I was like, let me try this. This seems like a good option, free money. Why not? However, when I tried this method, I liken it to Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times and it was the worst of times. It was the best of times during those 24 months where it was 0% interest, and I was living it up. I did my balance transfer and I was like, this is great. I'm going to pay this off within that 24 month period. And then it became the worst of times when month 25 came and the interest rate jumped from 0% to 19.99%. And I still had roughly about the same balance that I had 24 months earlier. So trying to borrow my way out of debt didn't really help me. So I moved on to the next strategy. I figured I could earn my way out of debt. I went back to school to get my MBA. Once again, went to Wake Forest at a cost of around $100,000. With this new degree, yes, I did move into a new job and I did have a significant bump in pay. However, with this increase in pay, my my expenses also increased as well when I got the better job. I was working longer hours, and I feel like, I have this new position. I should enjoy life a little bit more. And I did. I lived it up to the point where if you were to come to my house, my kitchen remained spotless. One of the reasons my kitchen remained spotless was because I didn't use my kitchen. I ate out a lot. I felt like I worked hard. I deserved this, and a little pampering here and there wouldn't hurt too much. So even though I had made more money, I was spending more money as well. So that really didn't help me. Then I thought, surely someone can see, although I have it all together on the outside, I am crying for help on the inside, wishing that someone would come rescue me. And my thought was, there would be a man on Pegasus, which is a flying horse. He's going to come down. He's going to have a blank check. He's going to hand me this check. He's going to be like, Desiree, you can fill in the check for whatever dollar amount you want, and you can cash it today. So that didn't happen because that was just a dream. So what I want to talk about is, throughout this presentation today, we're going to discuss some strategies that I used that actually worked and that got me to where I am today, which is I've paid off over $100,000 in student loan debt, and I have no student loans. I've paid over $50,000 of credit card debt because that was a vicious cycle that I was in, and I'm not in that cycle anymore. I purchased and paid for a new car, and I know what my minimum income requirements are on a monthly basis to cover my expenses. So all in all, I'm here to tell you that I'm presenting as a financial coach that is debt-free. So we are going to cover a couple of agenda topics today. So the first one is going to be looking at our money belief versus our money behaviors. Then we're going to transition into budgeting. Then we're going to talk about demolishing debt. And then we'll round out the conversation about building a career in the new virtual workforce by enhancing your income. If we can transition to the next slide. In the chat, if you could type in some things that you've heard about money when you were growing up. On the slide, you see that I've listed 3 items here. And I'm going to challenge these 3 sayings that we commonly hear about from people when we were growing up. The first one is, money doesn't grow on trees. Now, when I think about this just reminds me of a scarcity mindset. Why, you might ask? Because you can create wealth out of a simple idea, or you can create it just by leveraging other resources or even other people's money. So in essence, yes, money can grow on trees because you're creating wealth out of something that is not necessarily tangible at that point in time. The second point that I want to talk about is money is the root of all evil. And I always say, go back to the source. Where did you hear that from? In this case, we know this isn't correct because if you look at 1 Timothy 6:10, it says, for the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they are erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. So money is neither inherently good or inherently bad in and of itself. Money is just simply a tool that we use that we have at our resources to use. And then the final one is, you will always be in debt. This is a mindset and definitely a life choice. As I mentioned in my introduction, I made the decision to become debt-free. I made the decision that I'm not going to be in debt for the rest of my life. And so I want to leave you with this thought. Don't let other people's limitations they have on their life dictate how far you can go in your own. I'll repeat that. Don't let other people's limitations they have on their life dictate how far you can go on your own. We should be mindful of the stories that we are passing down to our kids' friends, to that next generation. Is it a story of hope and growth, or is it a story of fear and scarcity? So think about, what are some things you heard about growing up as it relates to money? How has what your parents said maybe impacted your financial decisions today? And then how has some of your behaviors, how are they potentially impacting your kids, your nieces, your nephews, as they think about money? Because even if we don't say it, what we're doing speaks volumes. If you can go to the next slide, please. So what is the relationship between what we tell ourselves about money and how we actually interact with money? If you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. So let me give you an example. You feel hopeless, which is a belief, because you're living paycheck to paycheck. That's a behavior. To compensate, you begin to use your credit card, another behavior, because you believe, you deserve the good things in life, even if your paycheck isn't big enough to get them. So how do we think about money determines how we handle money and what we do with money. If you can go to the next slide, please. The main point to grasp here when it comes to our money behavior and our money beliefs is that control is so critically important as it relates to our thoughts about money, because no matter how much you spend or earn, taking control of your finances mentally will have the best long-term benefit for you and your family. Financial success at its foundation, at its core, is based on taking control and being in the driver's seat of your money. And you also want to make sure that you're also being consistent in your actions. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the presentation. So doing the small things consistently daily will result in big change in the long run. And the great thing about taking back control of your money and being consistent is that very little needs to change in order for you to succeed financially. You just first have to believe in yourself. And if you have negative thoughts about money, you can change that. That's totally in your control. Les Brown stated this: how people live their lives is a result of the story they believe about themselves. So what story are you telling about yourself when it comes to money? If we can go to the next slide, please. So I want to introduce a problem-solving technique called the 5 whys. Now, this technique was originated from the founder of Toyota Industries back in the 1930s. It became popular in the 1970s and is still employed today at Toyota. So the method is remarkably simple. When a problem occurs, you drill down to its root cause by asking why 5 times. So if you've ever had a problem that refuses to go away, and any quick fixes that may seem convenient at that point in time, but they often only solve just the surface issue, which are wasting time and resources that could otherwise be utilized to tackle the real cause, I encourage you to try this method. And so as you see on the screen here, I've given you an example of the 5 whys when it comes to why do you want to overcome your financial struggles. So the first why do you want to overcome your financial struggles? Well, because I'm tired of living paycheck to paycheck. Why number 2, why are you tired of living paycheck to paycheck? Well, I want to have more than just my needs met. I want to be debt-free and have the means to better enjoy life. Okay, why number 3, why do you want to be debt-free? To have time to invest in others through financial coaching, the resources to invest in passive investments and in other people's dreams. Why number 4? Well, why do you want to invest in others and have passive investments? Because I want to achieve financial freedom. So I'm going to put a pause here. So financial freedom is different from being debt-free. So when you're debt-free, that means you don't have any large credit card bills, you don't have any student loans, like all of the major bills have been paid. However, when you achieve the level of being financially free, that means that your passive income can well cover your monthly expenses, which would include your utility. So in the event that you decide, you know what, I I think I want to take a 3-month cruise around the world and not have to worry about my expenses. You will be financially free. Just as an example, you will be financially free when you can just get on that boat and just not have to worry about if your energy, if your power bill is going to be paid, if you have enough food, any of those expenses, because they're going to be covered by your passive income. Okay. Now looking at why number 5. So why do you want to achieve financial freedom? And this is the ultimate answer of what we're trying to get at. Because for me, I want to have total control over my time to better serve others and to rewrite the legacy of my family. This will allow my family to walk into the gifts and the calling that's on their lives. So y'all, I'm just trying to change the world by helping people achieve financial freedom so that they can live a life of abundance and purpose. So I implore you, after our workshop today, take the time to go through this exercise of the 5 whys and answer that question. Why do you want to overcome your financial struggles? Or if you're not struggling financially, change the wording of a question. Why do you want to enhance your income? Or just put in whatever why that you want to get to the ultimate root cause of, and take time to actually sit down, think about it, peel the onion and the layers of the onion back, and look at what it is that's at that root cause. And I encourage you and your partner to separately do this exercise and then come together and discuss it. So now let's take some of the new beliefs that we have about money and put some action behind them to create some new behaviors. The best way to do this is by setting a goal. Now, be mindful that a goal without a plan is just a wish. If we can transition to the next slide, please. Awesome. So we have our financial why. So now we can believe that with at least 50% certainty, this is going to happen. Why only 50%? Well, as you look at the probability on this slide of how you achieve your goals, there are a few other key steps that need to take place to increase your probability of obtaining success. They are, if you actually tell your goal to someone, it increases to 65%. And if you do just one tiny tweak of having and setting a specific accountability appointment with someone that you've committed this goal to, the probability of you achieving that goal jumps to 95%. So just talking about it and having your accountability partner come back and say, hey, how are you tracking towards your goal? Now you're accountable to someone. You're like, oh, I'm glad you reminded me. This is where I'm at with my goal. And having them encourage you and or kick your butt if you're falling behind so that you're staying on pace for where your goal is, you're 95% more likely to actually accomplish that. So now we're going to transition to our next topic, which is budgeting. John Buckley stated best, most people don't plan to fail, they fail to plan. And that's all a budget is, a plan for your money. So here we have 6 myths about budgets. So myth 1, it takes too much time in order to do a budget. So that may be true the first time you actually start budgeting. However, once you get that budget done and you get in a rhythm of updating your budget on a monthly basis, it actually doesn't take that much time to go in, look at what you've done last month, reconcile that, and make adjustments to this month's budget. And then it's better, it's much easier and less time consuming than when you initially started out. The second myth is budgeting equals too much work and no fun. So one big misconception surrounding budgets is that they have to be extremely detailed. That's not the case at all. There are tons of different budgets out there where it's super simple. For one example, there's the 50-30-20 budget. And this budget is 50% of your income is going to go to everything that is a need. A need is food, shelter, clothing, and transportation. Those are needs, right? Then you take 30% of your budget, and then 30% of your budget is wants. Wants can be like going to the movies post-COVID, doing Netflix or anything like that. That's not food, shelter, clothing. That's not a need. And then 20% is looking at savings and investing. And that's it. 50, 30, 20. Super simple budget. Or you can get as detailed and granular as you want. It all depends on what your needs are and what you're looking for from your budget. But the options are out there as it relates to how you want to budget. When you look at budgeting, it just takes all the fun out of life. That's not true. What a budget allows you to do, a budget allows you to plan for fun. So if anyone has ever gone on vacation and they decided they were going to swipe their way through vacation, i.e. put it on a credit card, it's not that much fun, speaking from personal experience, it's not that much fun when you're still paying for your vacation 3 months after you've gone on your vacation. You can enjoy your vacation so much more if you pre-plan and then prepay for your vacation. So by the time you get home, you don't have to worry about the financial stress of paying off your vacation. So it allows you and it gives you that latitude to plan for fun, which is essential for all of us. The third myth is, well, I can do a budget in my head. A budget needs to be tangible. We just talked about if you don't write it down, a goal is just a wish, right? So it is vitally critical that if you do have a goal, you need to write it down. You need to talk to an accountability partner and make that appointment to make sure that you're tracking towards your budget, your goal and your budget. And besides, if you're married and you're doing a budget in your head, then only one of you is involved in the decision-making process. And that's a definite no-no. You need to work together. The next myth is, well, I'm already in debt, so what's the point? The point is a budget can help structure your money because you're going to be telling your money where to go. So it'll help structure your money so that you can make a plan to get out of debt. And a realistic budget will definitely help you identify those opportunities where you can save money or even potentially earn more money. You'll clearly be able to see where you might be wasting money and make some cutbacks or even some changes in your overall budget. So the next one is, if I avoid a budget, I don't have to deal with my money problems. So this is partially true. If you avoid a budget, your money problems will go away until they come back. They'll come back bigger. They can come back worse than what they were before. So many people setting a budget because they're not setting a budget because they're afraid of what they'll find when they assess their debt and spending. This is a massive mistake. So you can't improve a problem until you actually face and confront it. To eliminate any money problems that you may have, you need a budget. It's your best friend in the fight against debt and any financial troubles that you may have, because it's your game plan on how you're going to win with money. And then the last myth I want to go over is, I can't get my on board. So couples, we all know, may disagree about a lot of things. And one of the main things that they disagree with is on finances. And just to throw out a statistic out there, so much as it relates to disagreeing on finances, it has resulted in being one of the number one or leading causes of divorce. So anyone who truly wants to stick to a budget needs to work out a budget with their spouse. You are in the household together. You are going to be working together towards whatever your financial why is for your family. Everybody needs to be on the same page. And now what's great about budgeting is when something crops up, you guys can have a conversation about it, and it's going to improve your conversation because, well, based on what our financial why is, should we do this or should we not? It makes it that easy. And it makes sure that you're both walking together as it relates to your overall family finances. Many couples, they actually find when they're budgeting together, it's actually a relief. They can ease some of the tension that may be in the relationship, because at this point in time, both parties feel like they have control and they know that they have an allotted amount of money based on the budget they agreed to, if they want to do any of their wants that they may have. So we'll transition now into talk about a couple of truths when it comes to budgeting. Thank you. So we busted some myths. Now, looking at a couple of truths. And some of these we've talked about when we were busting up the myths. But I just want to go over and reiterate a few of these. So 1, 100% control over your money. That's what a budget allows you to have. So think about this for a second. If you're not controlling your money, then who is? If I'm not controlling my money, then my money is just doing whatever it wants. So a budget is a savvy way of just intentionally controlling your money. Budgeting allows you to live with far less stress without having to worry about those unexpected expenses that may come up. It also allows you to understand where your spending habits are the weakest. So if you've had a bad day and you're like, you know what, I'm too tired to cook, I'm just going to go out and get something to eat. That will show up in your budget. And that will show up. And that just allows you to know, hey, if I know this is going to be a hard week, I should probably pre-plan and maybe cook some things that I can just throw into the oven or throw into the microwave, because it's going to be a hard week and I'm not going to feel like cooking on that day. So just thinking about that. It allows you to create an emergency fund. And boy, in the cycle that we're in now, as it relates to COVID, having an emergency fund is so super critical. Any trip to the hospital, any car repairs, anything that may go wrong in your house, those may be unexpected costs that could come up from time to time. And it's great to have this cushion in your emergency fund. So when Murphy comes knocking, you can look at Murphy through your glass door with your mask on and just say, Murphy, I'm prepared because I have an emergency fund. You should go down the street and talk to someone else. And just making sure that you're keeping that money set aside so it doesn't get commingled with anything else. My recommendation as a financial coach, when it comes to having an emergency fund, is you want to make sure that you have enough in there. So I can provide you with some recommendations. So I recommend a minimum of $1,000 within your emergency fund if you have earnings of less than $50,000, and then double that once you get to the 50 to 100, and then double it again once you get to the 100 to 200,000. And that money just sits there. It's not doing anything super exciting, not really earning much interest. However, it is your safety net, and it is giving you that peace of mind. We spoke about previously, when it comes to the truths, that it is easier to have conversations about money. So having a budget allows you to have cold, hard facts when it comes to communicating. So if you are planning a family vacation and you guys are going to the beach, and you know it's going to cost $3,000 to go to the beach, and then unexpectedly a want comes up, or you're going through your budget and you notice, I have this subscription to this magazine and I don't even read the magazine because I can get it online, and that would save us $250 a year. Should we keep the subscription or should we not? Well, what's your goal? Your goal is to go to the beach with your family. And if you could save that $250, that can help you towards your goal. So that's just an example of how having a budget just makes it super simple. It's a yes or no decision. Number 4, you're able to pay down debt quicker. So going to school, taking out a mortgage, buying a new car are some ways that we all go into debt. Understanding your debt is extremely, extremely important. So making sure that you have an understanding of the interest rates, the terms, and the length of the loan is critical when it comes to controlling your debt. Now, what a budget allows you to do, it gives clear understanding on how you can pay down your debt. And then you'll find that you can easily start to cut in on other areas as you're looking at your budget and say, hey, I can trim some pieces out of my budget here that can help me advance where I am when it comes to paying down debt. A budget can also allow you to stop living paycheck to paycheck. Studies found, and they vary, that anywhere between 60 to 85% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So once you do a budget and start saving, you could quit living paycheck to paycheck because you're going to evaluate, oh, I can cut places here, or I have an opportunity to earn more income there. A budget also helps you to boost your investments because you should be paying yourself first. You should not wait till all of your bills are paid and then pay yourself. When you pay yourself first, that provides you, that empowers you as you're going through your budget. And then you can see, all right, so I do still have some left over in my discretionary funds. I can now apply this to either savings or some investment vehicle. And we've already talked about you can have fun without the guilt, so I won't go into that too much detail. And when you do a budget, you'll be surprised because it feels like you gave yourself a raise because now you are in total control of your money. So if you're not budgeting, please get started today. There are a lot of resources and a lot of different applications that you can look at. Thanks, Keisha. You can look at apps like Mint and Every Dollar. You can do a budget by pen and paper, or you can even do it by Excel. So if we can transition to the next slide, please. So now we have a better understanding of our relationship with money and our budgeting. Now let's talk about 2 strategies to demolish debt. So Benjamin Franklin said, beware of little expenses because a small leak can sink a large ship. So the first strategy is debt snowball. This methodology is where you list all of your debts by outstanding balance, and then you're going to pay the minimum payment on all the debts with the exception of the one that's the smallest. That's where you're going to get really super aggressive and throw any extra income that you have to that. And once that debt's done, then you move on, you move down the list and you do the same thing. So by the time you get to the largest debt, you're throwing massive amounts of money towards it to eliminate that debt. Now, the benefits of doing this, you gain momentum with the small wins. I also want to tell you some of I just want to caution you as it relates to this one is you will be paying more interest over time. However, that's okay if you want to do that method because the other method is the debt avalanche. And this is where you list your debts based on the interest rate. Now, you would do the same methodology that we talked about in the snowball and you just work down the list. The great thing about this one is you're not going to be paying as much as in interest. However, cautionary is it may be a little difficult to stay motivated over the long run if your highest interest rate debt also has a large balance because you'll be feeling like you're working on that one for forever and you're not moving forward. Regardless of which method you decide to use, stick to one and just be consistent. Aduwu Koyukan states when money realizes it's in good hands, it wants to stay and multiply in those hands. So if we can transition to the next slide. So over the next 60 seconds, type in the chat different ways you can build a career or enhance your income by working your money brain. I want you to know nothing is off the table at all. So I'll start off with some examples of different ways you can enhance your income. If you're crafty, you could sell your creations on Etsy or Fiverr. You could be a virtual assistant, helping out on short-term projects like putting together Google Sheets, Excel documents. If you have a design background, you can offer your services on 99designs.com and create business logos and business cards. Or if you have, if you're bilingual or multilingual, you can do translation services. So let's see what we have in the chat as it relates to different things that you could potentially do to enhance your income. Oh, and another awesome, start a side business. That is exactly right. Exactly right. Thank you, Keisha. So I like what Keisha said as it relates to starting a side business. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I've listed here, and if you can blow this up for everyone to see, that'd be great. Some other things to take in consideration as you think about enhancing your income. And this is not just something that you can take into consideration. I would also say if you have kids that are entrepreneurial or have that entrepreneurial spirit, you could also get them to start their own business, starting small, starting with something that they are naturally gifted in. As you're building a new career within the environment that we're in now, I just want to provide you with a few takeaways. One, use what you're naturally gifted at, or market that gift to your network. Or you can even find a gap in the market and take advantage. Think of all of the social media personalities that we see now on TikTok and Instagram that are being sponsored by large corporations of just doing what they're naturally good at. If you do plan to expand your side hustle into a business, know that you're not alone. Seek out mentors or even coaches. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. So definitely talk to people who have been where you are and gain some insider knowledge on how to speed up your success. During this time, more than ever, people are super, super receptive to having virtual coffee, having virtual chats with you, and people love to talk about themselves. So ask, how did you get to where you are? And the great thing is you can use LinkedIn, which is one of my favorite platforms, because you can get direct access to a lot of C-suite individuals and just schedule a 20-minute chat with them. And you would be amazed with the reception that you have. The other thing I want to encourage you during this period is take massive action. No one is going to do the work for you. You have to take the initiative of meeting new people and standing by your word. And then finally, celebrate your wins and get others to celebrate with you. Social media is a great way to pat yourself on the back and to get others to acknowledge the good work that you've done as well. So as we wrap up our presentation today, and we're going to bring it all together. So our focus today was to help you overcome your financial struggles and build a career in the new virtual workforce. If you look at the below, I'm going to go through a couple of different things that I want you to take mind of. One, get organized. Take stock of your current financial situation. This means I want you to go through everything, all of your financial documents. Pull out your bank statements, your credit card statements. If you have a mortgage, pull that out. If you got a boat, pull that out. Look at your life insurance, retirement, everything. Get it all together. And then if you're having difficulty on, well, I don't know where to start, a great place to start is by pulling your credit report. Now, typically you can pull your credit report from each of the three bureaus, which is Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, free typically one time per year. However, given COVID, these three national credit reporting agencies, they're allowing people weekly access to monitor their credit reports for free through April 2022, excuse me. So I'll say that date again. You can go to these three bureaus, pull your credit reports on a weekly basis for free all the way through April 20th, 2022. So April 20th of next year. You want to get all of this written down, all your financial information written down and put it in a budget. Then you want to start tracking your expenses against your budget, a minimum on a monthly basis. I personally recommend checking every week so that you can catch up and make sure that, one, nothing's wrong, nothing erroneous has hit your account, or nobody's taking any money out of your account that you weren't aware of. And it also gives you a baseline to know if you're constantly doing this, then you're constantly having this thought on your mind of, I'm going to have to do something extra this week if I spend money. So it also helps with that behavioral piece that we talked about at the beginning. Also, now is a great time to review your will, your life insurance policy, and make sure that everything is up to date and in order. If you don't have one of these, then make an appointment with a lawyer to complete your will and connect with an insurance agent to get a life insurance policy in place, and or review your current policy that you currently have, because your current policy may not make sense for where you are at your life depending on when you got it. 2, prioritize your expenses. Think about what you're spending money on. We just took stock of everything from a financial perspective. So you want to make sure that you identify the essentials and have those covered, those needs, what we talked about beforehand. So food, shelter, utilities, transportation, clothing, make sure those are covered. Identify areas where you can potentially get rid of some of the weight that you may have in your budget, like unused subscriptions that we talked about beforehand, cable and satellite. I talk about cable a lot because we have all of these streaming services, if you so choose, that can save you a ton of money on an annual basis. I also encourage you to connect with the credit card companies and negotiate your interest rate and your credit limits. This is totally within your right. You can do this on a quarterly basis if you so choose to do so, because things change. And it's simple. You can just pick up the phone. Hey, I was wondering if I could maybe get a reduction in my interest rate. Or, hey, can I get an increase in my credit limit? The worst they can say is no. And you can be like, okay, check back next quarter. You can also reach out to your utilities and ask them, hey, how are some ways that I can save money with you guys? An example of that would be an energy audit, or even going into an equal payment plan. That may be better for your budget, because you know month in, month out, my utility is not, like for my power, is not going to fluctuate, go really high in the summer and then drop in the winter. It's just going to be one flat rate. 3, take advantage of the time you have now. So reallocating funds from going out to restaurants and other social events, you take those monies, reallocate them to beefing up your emergency fund, or even paying off your debt faster. If you don't already have it established, set up financial freedom meetings with your partner and or your accountability partner. These financial freedom meetings are an opportunity to talk about where you as a family are currently, where you stand. And then you can talk about your performance according to your budget. We went over in this category last month. We should make some adjustments. And this also just allows you, and I encourage you to have your kids around the table when you have these conversations, because it allows your kids to see, oh, talking about money is not scary. It's actually kind of cool and beneficial. And they know where we stand financially. Like, no, you're not going to get that new $125 pair of shoes unless you earn the money yourself and you can pay for it yourself. It just opens up lines of communication and breaks down a lot of walls that we traditionally have had in the African American community of not talking about these things. We need to bring the financials and have these conversations, whether they're at the dinner table or wherever you're having your financial freedom meetings at. And don't forget about your savings. Even if it's a little bit, look over your budget and see where you can make adjustments to have savings. 4, education and empowerment. Start reprogramming what you've been telling yourself throughout the years through positive affirmations and motivational speeches. I like to listen to certain individuals such as Eric Thomas, Tony Robbins, Tom Bulau, Lisa Nichols, Les Brown. You can Google or YouTube any motivational talks, and then just start listening to them religiously. Identify areas where you need more education and take massive action to get that education. So you can look at financial courses online, take parts in conference, such as this one, virtual and in person post-pandemic. Check out books at the local library. That's free. Love free resources. And if you are looking for some titles to look at, some great books include Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, Cash Flow Quadrant by Robert Kiyosaki, The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clason, E-Myth by Michael Gerber, Total Money Makeover by Dave Ramsey, and Money Master, The Game by Tony Robbins. And then finally, grace, help, and hope. Give yourself grace during this period. As you start along your financial journey, or even if you're pivoting your financial journey and or your career, give yourself grace. We've been living in unprecedented times, from sheltering in place to homeschooling our kids, to handling the virus. It's been tough. So, and it's taken such an emotional toll. So please give yourself some grace. As we spoke earlier, money is an emotional topic. So if you slip financially, it's okay. Acknowledge it and then pivot. Also know that if you haven't connected with any financial professionals, I implore you to take action now. Connect with a financial coach, accountant, lawyer, insurance broker, stockbroker, even therapist. And I will finally want to leave you with my contact information. And feel free to reach out. I have a lot of resources on my website of mustardseedfinancialcoaching.com. I can also be reached at LinkedIn and on Instagram at Money Mindshift Academy. And most importantly, I do weekly chats on the Clubhouse app, Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank everyone for your time today and your participation. And I hope you were able to gain some information and some nuggets and takeaway, and definitely start funding your future and start changing the legacy for your kids. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Desiree. That was fantastic. Great tips, great resources to use. I love, people, we all do need to really prioritize our expenses, get organized, seek professionals. I mean, the time is now. And a lot of us don't, we don't have a financial planner, we're not. I mean, organization is just like the very basic thing to do. And a lot of us don't do it.
Yeah. And it's simple. It doesn't take a lot of time. I say carve out time, 30 minutes with your financial, with your financial accountability partner and your financial freedoms. Have your kids participate, because this is the only way that they learn. And if they're not learning from you, they're watching you, so they're learning. And you want to make sure you're instilling that good foundation, so when it comes to your grandkids, they know what to do.
Good information for moms. Good information for moms. Have your children do it as well. They learn from you. You are their role models. Okay, you are also their superwoman. So thank you so much, Desiree. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us and participating in this event. Desiree is a Black Girl Health member. Yay! She is one of our professional members. So thank you for being a part of our sisterhood.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, everyone. So you guys know what time it is. Do y'all know what time it is? It is time. I hope you are loving with what you're seeing and hearing and learning a lot. I see from all the comments. Well, it's time to actually do the raffle, and we are going to announce. We're going to announce 3 winners. We're announcing 3 winners. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we even get into that, I'm so sorry, y'all. You probably see in the comments right now is the evaluation. So we want you to complete that little feedback survey. We want to know how you're liking everything. We want to hear from you. It's really quick. It only takes probably about 30 seconds, but we really need feedback. So we know, okay, are we going to do this again in North Carolina? What are we going to do? You know what I'm saying? So please take time. You see the link in your comments. If you're watching this on Facebook, you will see the link in your comments if you're watching this on the Black Girl Health Foundation Facebook page. So we're asking that you fill it out. If you're watching this via website, we will also be sending the feedback survey in your email. For everyone who registered for this event, we're also sending it in your email. Please don't skip over it, but just take 1 minute to fill out the survey. Okay, so let's do our winners. Let's do our winners. So we are going to announce, again, we're going to announce 3 winners, and they're also going to be in the comments. We will put them, we'll be able to put them on the screen. So the winners get, again, they will get the Terrace essential oils, and they will get a free package of non-toxic, chemical-free Rain sanitary napkins, so pads. So our first winner is winner number 1. Winner number 1, yes, Kiera Hereford. If I'm pronouncing your name right, Kiera Hereford is winner number 1. Congratulations, winner number 1. Yes, Kiera Hereford. Thank you so much for participating. So what do you need to do to get your essential oil in your box of Rain pads? All you got to do is email us. She said, yeah. She said, yes. Awesome. So all you have to do is email us. Email us your shipping information. So you're going to email us at info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Can we get that on the screen? So Kiera, if you can email us right now, please, the subject should say, the subject should say Superwoman, North Carolina. Just, that's all you have to say is Superwoman, North Carolina. Please, this is the email address, info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Please send us your first, your last name, and the shipping address, right? First, last name, and shipping address, and we'll get that out to you, okay? So please jot down this email, put Superwoman, North Carolina in the subject, and we will get that out to you. So let's announce the second winner. The second winner is Cosmic K. Winner number 2, Cosmic K. Congratulations. Cosmic K is winner number 2. So again, Cosmic K, if you're hearing us, if you're with us, I hope you are, please email us. Email us at info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. You will email us your name and your shipping address, so we can get your box of sanitary napkins to you and your essential oils. So please email us your shipping address. Make sure you put in the subject Superwoman, North Carolina. This is where you email us, info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Again, it's info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Please, my team that's hearing me right now, please also put that email address in the comments as well. Please put that email address in the comments. But this is where you email the shipping information. So our last winner. Well, it's not our last winner. We're just announcing 3 right now, but we have a total of 10 winners. So we're announcing winners all throughout this event here. So our third winner to announce at this time is Latifa Foster. Latifa Foster. Congratulations, Latifa Foster. Latifa Foster is our third winner. So Latifa, if you're hearing us again, please make sure that you email us your shipping information. You can email us at info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Again, it's info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Please, ladies, email us now so you don't forget, and we can go ahead and send that out to you. Please email us your shipping address. So your shipping address and your name, and in the subject, just put Superwoman, North Carolina. All right. So those are the 3 winners that we have just announced our first 3 winners. So we have Kiera Hereford, we have Cosmic K, and we have Latifa Foster. Congratulations to our first 3 winners. So don't forget to email us right now. I would do that so you don't you do not forget. So we are going to be announcing 7 additional winners. 7. So you still have a chance. You still have a chance to win. We are going to announce another 4 winners after this next workshop that's coming up. And our next workshop is going to be about the essential oils that you're actually going to get. So we're going to announce 4 winners, and then we're going to announce our last 3 winners at the end of the show. Okay, so you have plenty of time. What do you have to do to win them? You just have to comment. So when you comment or ask questions, if you comment or ask any questions, we automatically put your name in the electronic raffle. And we randomly, the raffle just spins, and it randomly picks out people. So you still have time. You still have time to win. All right. So next up, please, if you're liking what you're seeing, if you like what you're hearing, and you want to be a part of this movement, you want to be a part of our sisterhood, Black Girl Health. We want all women. We want all women to be a part of our movement. We want all women to be a part of our movement, which stands for improving the health of Black women and living a healthy lifestyle. That's what we're about. When you wear this logo, when you wear this logo, you're a BGH member. They know that you're all about taking charge of your health. And so we want Black women to be a part of our sisterhood. We do this all the time. Every Friday, we have our live talk shows every Friday for our BGH members. We have recipes. We have healthy recipes. We have workouts. We have events, all that you get for free. It's just a whole bunch of stuff. And if you are a professional, say you're a therapist or you're a financial coach, you see the people who are hosting, those are BGH members, right? So we also want you to become a member. Those are the people who host all our events and our workshops are our BGH partner members. So if you are looking like, oh man, are you thinking like, oh, I want to be a part of Black Girl Health? This is where you go. It's on the screen. Sign up, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. It's as easy as that. So sign up at membership.blackgirlhealth.com for your yearly membership. We would love to have you. We want you to be a part of this sisterhood. So that's what it's about. So next up, we have mental health toolkit. Mental health toolkit is all about how to relax with essential oils. These are the essential oils that you our lucky winners are getting. You don't want to touch that tab, don't want to touch that screen or click on another link. We're going to learn all about how to relax as moms with essential oils. So we'll be right back right after the break.
Not so long ago, ingredients were legible, fragrances were real, cleaning products were safe, and cheese was, well, cheese. Yes, once upon a time, products were actually products of nature. But over the last century, industry after industry abandoned the source for synthetics and purity for profit. But what does it mean for your health? Concern is mounting over the risks of toxic load. For the most part, bodies are quite adept at filtering and flushing toxins, which is important since some toxins are not easily avoided. The human body can only filter and flush so much before the load takes a physical toll. Though you can't control many everyday environmental toxins, you can purge the hundreds of toxins lurking in your own cabinets and drawers. Indeed, studies have found that just a squirt of common air freshener releases close to 100 contaminants. Many perfumes and colognes contain phthalates, which emerging science suggests may be linked to reproductive and development issues. Most products used to clean the home should probably come with a full protective suit. It wasn't always this way, and it doesn't have to be. Pure and effective products do exist that bring the best of nature into your everyday routines. The choice is yours. doTERRA. Pursue what's pure.
Introducing Rain Premium Sanitary Napkin. 50 milliliters of water will be poured onto a rain pad to test the absorbency system. Rain has an innovative design that is made with a strip infused with Nobel Prize-winning material, graphene. Finally, her feminine flow has met its match. Click the link below to order your rain pads today. Rain is exclusively designed by Jewel Sanitary Napkins, LLC.
Greetings. My name is Renee Jones. I am President and CEO of Forever Wellness and a wellness advocate for doTERRA Essential Oils. I'd like to thank the Black Girls Health Foundation for this opportunity and this great event. I've learned so much from Aisha and Desiree and all of the presenters, and I thank Aisha for her warm-up this morning. I needed that, even though I use my essential oils. So I am a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I am a great-grandmother. And today, we're going to congratulate you and thank you for joining us and making a commitment to yourself to be well and to increase your knowledge base by adding life's physical, mental, and spiritual items to your toolkit. We're going to look at how to live a wellness lifestyle. This is a pyramid that we subscribe to, and it encompasses lifestyle. We're going to do an introduction to essential oils. We will look at the symptoms of chronic stress. We'll examine the correlation between sleep and stress. We'll look at how to use essential oils to reduce stress, and then how to obtain the oils. I'd like just to say that these statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. The products are not intended to diagnose, treat, or prevent any disease. The next slide, please. I'd like now to just share with you the wellness lifestyle pyramid. That is not a slide. I'm just going to share that with you. This impacts your entire life in terms of just staying well. First of all, we have to be proactive in our medical care, know our numbers. We have to be informed, self-care. We need to reduce our toxic load that is in our environment as it relates to chemicals, but it also relates to information that comes into our gate, our hearts, that we allow to listen to on a daily basis. We need to rest and manage stress. We need to exercise and eat well. So, using essential oils to promote rest and balance and your emotions. Next slide, please. In order for us to talk about essential oils and to get a good understanding of them, we need to do what we call Essential Oils 101, just some basics on essential oils, so we'll all be on the same page. Next slide, please. First of all, I'm going to share 3 cool things about essential oils. One, essential oils are 100% natural and safe, and they have no side effects. And the good part about it is you cannot get addicted to essential oils. They are extracts from plants, and they have amazing health benefits. Essential oils are certified, pure therapeutic tested grade. These are doTERRA oils only, and we call it CPTG grade. That's a level of purity. Additionally, oils are 50 to 70% more potent than the herbs themselves. Oils are effective. They are more effective than modern approaches to medicine. You see this diagram to your right. There is a little cell. The outside of the cell is the cell membrane. On the inside is the cell itself. Viruses work on the inside, bacteria work on the outside. So modern medicine prescribes synthetic medications, and they have water-based. They're water-based. So they cannot penetrate the cell membrane because the cell membrane is composed of oils. However, essential oils have the capability, because they are oils, to penetrate the cell membrane and work on a cellular level to impact change and affect the DNA. The oils are safe, you can use them on children, and they are effective because they can penetrate the cell membrane. Next item, please. The oils are affordable. You can take one oil and treat a headache. For instance, lavender is an antihistamine, as well as lavender helps us to calm our nerves. So the money that you would save on buying 3 or 4 different products or drugs, you could take one bottle of oil. In addition to this, you can use the oils for multiple treatments, not only with yourself as an adult, but you can use them for children. So you don't have to buy children aspirin. And the same way for your animals. The oils can be used on your animals. Thank you. Next slide, please. How do we use the oils? First of all, we use them aromatically. So I would simply just open the bottle of oil like she's doing and inhale it. That oil goes through my nostril to my olfactory bulb in my brain. And in 20 seconds, that oil is throughout my entire body. And in 20 minutes, the oil has touched every cell in my body. So aromatically, through a diffuser or just by inhaling, cupping your hands, is a powerful way for the oils to get into your system. If you diffuse the oils, it also cleanses the environment, especially during these times of COVID-19. Excuse me, we go outside, we come back in, and we bring bacteria and viruses into our homes. We can diffuse something like On Guard or Wild Orange, and it will cleanse our air. In addition to cleansing the air, when you diffuse it, if you diffuse something like lavender, it will change your mood, and the mood of everyone in that room. So it positively affects the air. It can also deal with your respiratory system. If you're having problems breathing, you can diffuse an oil such as Breathe or eucalyptus, and it will help to open your airways. So one way of using the oil is aromatically. The next way of using the oil is topically. I tore my rotator cuff. The pain level was a 10. All I could do was cry. And I'm allergic to everything. So I try not to do drugs, but that was the only thing that the doctor prescribed. But then this voice said to me, remember, you have those oils, use them. So I reached for my deep blue and I put it on my shoulder. And then he said, take the peppermint and put it on top. I put the peppermint on top and then put the blanket over it. And the pain started to subside. And I just started to continue to just cry and I could sleep. So every 2 hours, I was able to apply that oil on my shoulder. And in doing so, the healing process started, and I was then able to choose to not have surgery. So that's how powerful these oils are. But using them topically, you will put them on the area of concern. For sensitive skin, or for those oils that are hot, like cinnamon or peppermint, you could use the coconut oil as a carrier oil to reduce the sensitivity to the skin. Next slide, please. Next point, please. You use oils internally. So I is for internally. Because of the purity of doTERRA essential oils, you can take a lemon oil, put 2 drops of it in your water, 32 ounces of water, and drink that. And that helps to cleanse your system. It helps with digestion, and it does a whole lot of things. It balances your pH. So you can drink these oils. Most of the oils you can drink. Those oils that you need to drink that are not too tasteful, you can put them in a veggie capsule and take them that way. Or for some oils, you just put under your tongue and be done with it. So you use these oils aromatically, topically, and internally. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about stress. I'd like for you to take a moment and rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 regarding stress. How often are you aware of being stressed in your daily life? 1 to 10. 10 being the highest. It's a problem. How concerned are you about the quantity and quality of your sleep? Number 3, how frequently do your emotions feel difficult to manage appropriately? Did you know that over 264 million people in North America experience stress on a regular basis? That's a lot of people. And 42% of us have difficulty sleeping. So, looking at the science, now we are not asking you to be scientists, but in order for you to use something, and it's important to understand it. Part of the research and understanding and our healing is the research and the knowledge base. So our healing begins when we start the searching. Our hypothalamus in our brain is the tiny control center for our brain. So when stress, it orders the brain, it sends out this stress hormone that's designed to protect us. But when we frequently or prolonged, we bring these devastating effects on our physical and mental well-being. It creates chronic stress. So, what are some of the symptoms of chronic stress? When it gets too excessive, we recognize, oh, I am stressed out. Sometimes it's when we kind of lose it. But some of the symptoms of chronic stress are irritability. We recognize that there are times of the month that we are particularly irritable. But if that continues throughout the month, it may be signs of chronic stress. Anxiety or depression. Sometimes our anxiety or anxious feelings become the norm. So maybe it's kind of hard to determine that we are anxious. It becomes our new normal. Another symptom of chronic stress is headaches. We get insomnia. We have poor immune function. Stress can also increase our blood pressure. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. Okay, we're going to look at sleep. Why sleep? Sleep is directly correlated to our stress. If we don't get good sleep, then we will be stressed out. All right, looking at the stages of sleep, most of us don't make it to stage 5. We start in the light sleep. Our muscle activity begins to slow down. And then stage 2, we start to breathe and our heart rate starts to slow down and decrease, and our body then begins to get limp. The deep sleep begins in the 3rd stage. Some of us get to the 3rd stage, but rarely do we get to stage 4, which is a very deep sleep. The muscle activity is limited. And the 4 and 5 is the REM sleep. And this is where we want to be, but we rarely reach this stage. The brain waves speed up, we begin to dream, but at this stage, our bodies start to heal, and we then begin to truly get a restful night's sleep. Next slide, please. This is just so you'll know that regardless if you are a teenager, next slide, please, teenager or older adult, next slide, please. Go back. I'm sorry. There you go. Thank you. If you are a teenager or adult, that you require at least 8 hours of sleep. A teenager, 14 to 17, as you can see, needs at least 8 to 10 hours. Well, we know they don't get that. And as young adults, we require at least 7 to 9 hours of sleep. And then as you get older, you still need 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So think about it. And you may want to write this down. How many hours of sleep do I get every night? And kind of keep a journal for a week. Next slide, please. And I know you're saying, well, we're supposed to be talking about stress. What does sleep have to do with it? So can you enlarge that, please, for me, Ryan? That's because sleep deprivation impacts so many parts of our lives. If we don't get good sleep, it will increase the symptoms of depression. Lack of sleep increases our chances of breast cancer. Lack of sleep can also increase our risk for heart disease. It can affect how we gain weight. It increases our risk for diabetes, increases our risk for stroke. It creates higher levels of anxiety. It also impairs our cognition. So as Black women, we come in at a higher rate of cardiovascular disease and diabetes already. Then we couple that with sleep deprivation. We then take ourselves to another level of risk factors. So this is why I'm correlating sleep to anxiety and emotions. Next slide, please. This is a mood matrix. So looking at, I didn't get much sleep, I'm tired, and that then created stress. So what are some of the oils that we can use to reduce these factors? On the left side, you see Serenity. Serenity is what we call a blended oil. It has other oils in it that helps us to calm, to compose ourselves, and to placate ourselves. So Serenity can be used at night or it can be used during the day. On the right side, you then want to be invigorated or stimulated or motivated because you can be depressed, comes with anxiety and these emotions. So to invigorate you, you can try a citrus bliss, which is also a blend. This will actually stimulate you and motivate you and get you out of that state of depression. Additionally, we need to calm ourselves and get what we call grounded or focused. And that's what the balance does. Balance is the oil that I had my first experience with. I had difficulty focusing. I would start one thing, go to the next, and I go to the next, and I come back, and I realize I haven't accomplished anything. The other thing is I don't like labels, but be it ADHD, high energy, so my brain was all scattered. I sniffed. My girlfriend introduced me to the oils. I sniffed the balance. I cupped it. I took some and put in the back of my neck. And it was really strange because I could feel my brain taking all of these thoughts and all of this stuff. And it was just like putting it in compartments. And it was such an abnormal feeling. It felt so good. And I could actually see clearly. I could focus. And that's what a balance does. It's grounding, it's reassuring, and it's consoling. But suppose you need cheering and you need encouraging and you need to be inspired. You could use Elevation, which is also a blended oil of oils. And Elevation then will give you that feeling of being encouraged. And it would be like your cheerleader. So next slide, please. I have introduced quite a few oils to you already. So we need to kind of be able to put them in a category. And so that we call this the science of emotional aromatherapy. This helps you to classify the oils. So when we think about our mints, the mints are energizing and calming. So one of the mints is peppermint. So that is energizing and calming. Peppermint is my go-to in terms of relaxation. Then we can categorize oils into to citrus, that category. The citrus oils as we mentioned, the citrus bliss or the wild orange, they are lifting and revitalizing. So think citrus, the lemons, the oranges grow on trees, which are grow up. So think of it in terms of uplifting. And that's what citrus oils do. I'm diffusing wild orange right now because it's energizing and it cleans the environment in addition to that, but it's a citrus oil. Then the other category of oils is called spices. You probably know about these. These are renewing and intriguing oils. Cinnamon is a spicy oil. So the next category are herbs and grasses. These oils are comforting and soothing. Then we have trees, woods, and they are grounding and balancing. Then we have floral oils, which are calming and reassuring. Next slide, please. So sleep deprivation we keep talking about this. Once again, sleep deprivation can deal with your ability to lose weight or maintain a healthy weight. It can deal with your emotions, behavior, learning. Oh, wonderful, Kiara. You do it. Lemongrass, that's fantastic. In your daughter's room, working or rest. Wonderful. I am so glad to hear that. Wonderful. I had to use lavender on my son too when he was young to calm him down. That is fantastic. And then you are also impacting the next generation and teaching them as they grow up, because we have teenagers now that use the oils. You're changing the next generation so they won't run to drugs to relax. Sleep deprivation, thank you for your comment. I may miss this. Where are the best places to put essential oils directly on your body? That's a good question. Thank you, Imani. Okay, so we have our pressure points, but remember that your feet are connected. You have connections to all your organs on the bottom of your feet. So we have a diagram, a reflexology points where you can show, it shows where your organs are located. So for instance, for my lavender and balance, when I'm putting lotion on my feet and my legs, I take my lavender and balance, I put it on my big toe because your brain is connected to your big toe. But typically you always want to put it on your spine, the back of your neck. You can put it on your pressure points here. It depends a lot on what you're working on. If it's topically and you got pain, you put it on the pain. If it's an earache, you're going to put it outside of the ear and around the back of the ear. But typically, you're going to always put it here on the back of your neck, pressure points here. Okay, I hope that helps. And going through, we'll be talking about some other points that you can place the oils on your body and use the oils. So sleep deprivation deals, thank you so much for your question. The body's organ system and overall health. And then, believe it or not, well, we know that makes sense, it's going to impact your reaction to your driving. So let's look at the science. Next slide, please. The science behind essential oils and sleep. So when we inhale the oils, and this is one way we use it, aromatically, inhaling the essential oil can reduce the internal responses within your body for relaxation. So part of how you want to use it, the first thing you want to do if you feel yourself being anxious, or you know you're going into an anxious environment, or you're there and you get anxious, open your bottle of oil and just smell it, put it back down, right away. But if you have time, you can inhale it, diffuse it. If you're at home, you can diffuse it. Positive association. So after a restful night's sleep, this is the connection. The aroma is you're going to diffuse the oils in your room. So then your brain then has that positive association to the essential oils. So then you go to sleep. That internal response will be encouraged during your sleep time. When you wake up, your brain then will be associated with that positive feeling of the oils. So next slide, please. Sleep, needing help getting sleep. This, in addition to getting sleep impacts anxiety. So you're going to maintain a healthy diet, avoid the sugars, do your at least 3 vegetables a day, 2 fruit a day, eat good carbohydrates, good fats, almonds, your things like that, your olive oil, and try to stay away from the sugar, because that creates anxiety. So you can use the essential oils, you can do your exercise and your yoga, but if you're then going to grab the chocolate, it becomes counterproductive. And I am a chocolate lover. So anyway, the bottom line is know that they all impact what we do, impacts everything in our results. So we're going to maintain a healthy diet. We're going to create a good environment for sleeping, as well as we're going to create an environment that reduces anxiety and stress. Now, I'm not the most organized person, but I believe that everything should have its own place. When we organize our environment, we organize our brain. There is a theory that says that if you have a cluttered environment, your brain is cluttered. If your brain is cluttered, then how can you relax? So that is what we want to look at, that everything is interrelated. So our environment is very important. In addition to our bedroom where we sleep, we want to make sure deal with our colors, that they aren't very bright colors. Bright colors are stimulating, so that is not color that you want for relaxation. You're going to avoid stimulants. We touched on that. Caffeine also is a stimulant. So, have 1 cup of coffee instead of 3 cups of coffee a day. Because if you are in a stressed environment, you're a mother, you're a wife, you're the superwoman, you get the bacon, you come, you cook the bacon, and then you got to deal with everything else. That's a lot. So try to reduce the amount of stimulants that you ingest. Make sure that you have adequate bedding. That's important. Clean sheets. I mean, not that they're not going to be clean, but it's something about that freshness that contributes to relaxation. Exercise regularly. Aisha reminded me today that, exercise is important. I walk, but I'm not doing my yoga. So I did the yoga with Aisha, and it was like, with essential oils, the yoga took me to another level of relaxation. And I was so thankful because I needed it. My neck was still tight, even though I had put my oils on my neck. But doing the yoga, so you want to exercise regularly. I walk every day, but be mindful of the type of exercise. So you may want to incorporate some yoga in addition to your aerobics exercises. Remove distractions. You need to have time that is your time as a mother. I used to have to take mine early in the morning when I was on the toilet and my son was asleep. I was in the bathroom. That was my time. So I would, meditate, read, and try to clear my head and prepare myself for the day. And then late at night, I always took me some time. I don't care if it was 1 o'clock in the morning, I took my time. So you need to remove distractions at some point in your day that you can relax, and you need to be intentional about it. Also, write it down. 42% of what we write down, we accomplish. So write down what you're going to do to relax, including your diet, your exercise, and then look at the activity that's going on during that day. I know with COVID-19 children being homeschooled, it's been very difficult because you've had to work, you've had to be a teacher, you had to be the wife and the counselor and everything else. So, but make time for you and remove distractions. Additionally, we are looking at times that you can relax your body. Put your feet up. If you're sitting, you're watching TV, elevate your feet, put your posture so that your back is straight up. You'd be surprised how much pressure it will take off your lower spine and how relaxed you'll be if you elevate your feet. Also, reset your internal clock. Okay. Think about intentionally saying, I am going to relax for 30 minutes and be intentional about it. Reset that clock to say, this is relaxation time, and try your best not to give in. We care for others, but we have to care for ourselves. Then you want to use the essential oils to create a peaceful and a restful environment. Okay, what essential oils can we use? Everybody is different. Some people like lavender, some people like peppermint. Some people like floral scents, some people like more woodsy fragrances. So the list that you see, the next slide, please. The list that you see is very encompassing. Let's see, the next slide, please. Oh, did I miss something? No, I think that's it. That's it. I'm sorry. Okay. It's so tiny, I can't hardly see it. You're good. Thank you. Yeah, I want them to see this is important because you might want to write down a few of these oils, and I can kind of tell you whether they are grounding or floral, that sort of thing. So adaptive. This is important. Adaptive, I want you to know about. This is the roll-on for adaptive. This is a doTERRA blend that it has a whole system to it. It is a stress reduction system. It comes with the roll-on, the capsules, and the oil itself. The first thing you want to do is take that adaptive and put it over your heart. Put it over your heart. This is immediate stress, anxiety reduction. You know, I carry this around in my purse because I'll open it up in a minute and just smell it. If I feel myself getting anxious about anything, it could be the freaking traffic, you know, but I'm like, no, you know. So, and the bottom line is adaptive. This is an excellent blend of oils. Bergamot, cedarwood, chamomile, cilantro, clary sage. I want to mention clary sage because clary sage is, in addition to helping us to relax, it is also good for hormones. And if you have irregular periods or you have problems with your cramping and challenges during that time of the month, clary sage is an oil you want to look at. We have a nice blend also. Copaiba. Copaiba comes from Brazil. It is a oil that is very good for your mind, your brain. Then frankincense. You've heard of frankincense and myrrh. Frankincense is the king of oils. Frankincense is the king of oils. It is the most researched oils of them all. If you have a problem and you cannot find an answer for it, frankincense. 2 drops of frankincense on your tongue will make the difference in the world. So it does deal with your brain and relaxation and calming. And as you can see, there's a whole list of other oils. Lavender, everyone has heard of, but you may not have heard of vetiver and lang lang. Vetiver is sourced from Haiti. This one is grounding and helped me a lot with my calming. I'm a woodsy person. I don't like florals. So bottom line, you have plenty choices. Next slide, please. The adaptive collection we talked about already, and these are the forms that you can get it in. I use the capsules and the roll-on. Next slide, please. Balance. Balance is that blend of oils, and this is the one that I talked about that is grounding and helps you to focus. As you can see, you can add a few drops to your diffuser, but you can put it on your neck, as we talked about earlier, or the bottom of your feet, or you can use it to massage yourself if you don't have anybody to massage your neck with it, your shoulder with it, your fingers, and you could use coconut oil to make it go further. Then the breathe. Next slide, please. Why breathe? This is a respiratory blend because if you're breathing in your airways, as you could see here, Sister Aisha, when she was talking to us, she said, breathe. Not only did she say breathe, she said, be conscious of your breath. And that's very important because the first thing when we're being anxious, when we feel it coming on, What do they say? You get an anxiety attack? What do they say? Breathe. But you not only want to breathe, you want to be conscious of your breath. Respiratory blend helps you to breathe better. Sometimes when we are not, in a peaceful state, we're like that so much, like I said before, it becomes our new normal. Okay, so looking at the rest, we talked about Serenity. This is another blend. Next slide, please. Serenity, like I said earlier, can be used during the day or it can be used at night. You can apply it to your chest, the bottom of your feet, the back of your neck. You can inhale it in the palms like this. You can add it to your bath water. Okay, next slide, please. Now, we're going to look at some other ways to use the oils. Next slide, please. I have used the oils in a diffuser. That's wonderful, Judy. That is great. And remember now, you can actually blend some of the oils. What are the best oils for menopause? Clary sage. It depends on, we can talk about that further, but I won't have time today. But in menopause, clary sage is one that is really good. And the oils for stress are good. And I used clary sage during that time. There are hormone replacement oils that we can talk about. And Judy, if you want to email Black Girls Health Foundation, I will send you some information specifically on menopause. Okay. All right. Next slide, please. We've talked about all of these oils. Next slide. These are just some diffusers, and diffusers they are not all the same. So basically, you have to find one that you like. I like one where the vapor comes out generously. doTERRA diffusers are a little pricey, so but you can get them from Amazon. You can get them from Puritan. Okay. Next slide, please. Let's skip over this one. Now, the young lady talked about menopause, but just for menopause, as for stress or anything, you can blend a few oils together, but they need to be apples and apples, not apples and oranges. So you wouldn't take another brand of oil and blend with doTERRA because the level of purity is not the same. So you're not going to get the effect. So you can take a roller bottle like this, an empty bottle, and you can blend oils like frankincense, vetiver, bergamot, and Roman chamomile. That is a great blend to reduce stress. And you can just not have to open up all those bottles and roll it on. The other thing is doTERRA has something called In Tune. That's a mood management. It's used for ADHD and other mood disorders. It saved my grandson's life. With children, and depending on the age, you would have to mix coconut oil with it, but that is already blended. But you can, depending on what you like, and you find out what works best for you, you can blend those oils together and use them. Okay. All right. How else? Next slide, please. How else can we use oils? Bath or shower. There's something about that water. So you can make a shower bomb with the oil. Some people, I'm not going to put it on I'll forget where I put the oils, and the oils are slippery in the shower. So you have to be careful with that. But you can make the bath salt with Epsom salt, and you're going to use a cup of Epsom salt, and you're going to put a few drops, 10 drops at least. If you're going to make you some up, you're going to make, you can put your oils in the Epsom salt and stir that up and pour it into your bath. Baths are detoxifying. So that Epsom salt is detoxifying. It pulls the impurities out. Your skin is the largest organs that you have, your pores. So that if you are able to immerse in a tub of water with essential oils and some Epsom salt, then you're not just relaxing, you are actually detoxifying your body. So detoxification is also a form of a part of relaxation and reducing stress. So you can use Balance, Serenity, and Lavender together, or you can just use one of your oils that you like. The other thing is you can put the oils on your pillows, okay? Or your bedding. You could just drop it or spray it on your bedding. You can make, next slide please, you can make your heating pad or a neck wrap. And by doing that, you can just sew 3/4 of a towel, kitchen towel together. You can take some flaxseed or some rice. I bought one of these things, and had I known, because it was so expensive, but now I know. And you can take that and put the essential oil on the rice and the flaxseed, put it inside that towel, sew it up, and then put it in the microwave and heat it and put it on your neck. That is so, so relaxing. Okay, massage. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Massaging. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, well, some people lost their jobs. You know, everybody don't have the money to buy to pay for a massage. But there is a school. You can go to the school and get a massage, like $45. But anyway, bottom line is you can self-massage. Take the coconut oil and the oil of your choice and massage your neck, bottom of your neck, your shoulders, your arms, your legs. Give yourself a massage. We got to learn how to be good to ourselves. The other thing is, if you can go out and have someone to massage you. Lastly, next slide, please. You can put the oils in a warm tea. Try changing the habit. Maybe I cut my coffee intake. I only drink 1 cup a day, but now I drink it only on Saturday and Sunday. 1 cup Saturday and Sunday. And it is caffeinated. So, but the bottom line is I try and drink teas during the week. So you can add the teas to your, the oils to your tea, then the teas have medicinal benefit, but also the oils then helps you to relax. Breathe. So we want you to let go, as Sister Oprah say, let go and remind yourself that this moment, this very moment, is the only one that you know you have for sure. And that is being mindful. Sister Oprah Winfrey said that. And we need to stay in the moment as Black women, as women of color. We need to be mindful and we need to be gracious with ourselves. We are hard on ourselves. So I began with the I am. I am. Next slide, please. I am relaxed. I am loving. I am kind. I am a good person. And we have to delete the recordings from our childhood and our life that are all negative, and those persons in our circle that don't bring us joy. And that includes our family members. So we have to be mindful that this is our moment. Today is the best day of your life. I love you. Peace and blessings. If you'd like to get the oils or know more about them, I have a class every Tuesday at 8 p.m. on essential oils, and you can email me at foreverwellness2016@gmail.com, or you can call or text me. And now it's time for you to get some more free essential oils. I thank you and God bless you.
That was wonderful, Renee. Thank you so much, for giving us a lot of insight on the different essential oils that we can use. And as you mentioned, we are getting ready for that raffle. If you could tell us the essential oils that you will actually be giving away, that you're giving away in this raffle, what are the essential oils? I believe there are 3 different types. What are the different types that we can expect?
You can expect the lavender. The lavender is a go-to oil for complete relaxation. And if you have allergies, it's good for an antihistamine. It's one of 3 oils good for an antihistamine. So it reduces stress. Okay, so lavender. Then you're going to get peppermint. Peppermint is one of my favorites. Peppermint is relaxing. It's lifting. If you're feeling kind of down, kind of tired, you can put that peppermint, put a couple drops and inhale it.
Oh, Renee, I think we just lost Renee. I think that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna move right along, and we're gonna move right along with our winners and announcing our winners for our next four winners. Oh, there you are, Renee.
I know that's that internet, our only spectrum. What can I say? So wild orange is the last.
You were talking about the peppermint.
Oh, peppermint, yeah. Peppermint is a lifter. It's going to open up your breathing, but also peppermint is going to relax you. Put it on the back of your neck, inhale it, and then you're going to get wild orange. Wild orange, too. That's what I'm diffusing now. Wild orange clears the air, but it also gives you a lift. So if you're feeling kind of down, kind of low energy, diffuse that wild orange. And you can also put some on cranberries, dried cranberries. Oh my goodness. Woo-hoo.
Oh, really? I did not know about that.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. And the peppermint is just good in teas. And I use peppermint on, look, I mean.
Yeah, no, I do. I love peppermint tea. I probably have peppermint tea at least probably about every other day. So yes, it's very relaxing. It's very soothing. So I love me some peppermint tea, and it helps your digestion as well. Peppermint is like all the way around, a good tea to use. Okay, exciting. Oh, what was that, Renee?
Add the peppermint oil to your peppermint tea. It'll take it to a whole nother level. Oh my goodness.
Peppermint essential oil to your peppermint tea.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
It's, as it used to say, off the chain. Anyway, it's over the top. Yeah. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed it and learned a lot. I learned so much.
And hang on for me, Renee. I would love to announce the winners with you actually online here. Again, it's because of Renee, you guys are able to, get these free essential oils that we'll be sending out to you guys. And she just, mentioned the different essential oils that she'll be sending out. To you. We already announced our 3 winners. So now we're going to announce 4 more winners, and then we'll announce our last 3 at the end. So now we're going to announce 4 winners, our next 4 winners they not only get the doTERRA essential oils, but they also will get a package of Rain non-toxic sanitary napkins. So these Rain non-toxic sanitary napkins have the graphene infused strip in them, so that pulls all of those those chemicals and all yucky stuff, and so that you're getting a very clean, chemical-free pad that you're putting on. And a lot of people don't even think about the pads that they buy in the store and what it's doing to their reproductive system. But it's very, very important that you try to eliminate all chemicals, as many chemicals as possible, not just what you consume, but what you're putting on your skin and putting on your body and what you're using. So without further ado, I would like to announce our next winner. Okay, so if we, hopefully my team is ready. So for our next winner, so who is our next winner? Hopefully we'll see something pop up. Hopefully we'll see something pop up. How it actually goes is that there is a electronic, we have a electronic raffle, and what we do is every time that you comment, we will automatically put your name on in that wheel. So you comment or ask a question, we'll put your name in that wheel, and then we randomly pick. We pick people. So I think we actually have a holdup. I guess we're having some issues because I don't see any of the names coming through. So I assume that we're having issues because I don't see any names coming through. So what we're going to do, oh yeah, we do have a name. There we go. Winner. The first winner is, Judy Smith Johnston. Okay. Awesome. Congratulations. So how this works is that you're going to email your shipping address to info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Please email your shipping address. And also in the subject, just put Superwoman, North Carolina. Can we put the address on the screen so Judy will know where to? Can we put there you go. Awesome. So if you just email info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org, please do that now, ladies. So we're calling your names. Please do that now and just email your shipping address. So you will get your doTERRA oils, essential oils sent out to you, and you will get a box of your Rain non-toxic sanitary napkins. So congratulations, Judy. Congratulations. So our next winner, do we have our next winner? Can we put our next winner? I guess it takes some time for this wheel to turn, but can we put the next winner on the screen? Cynthia Wooten. Cynthia, awesome. Congratulations, Cynthia. Congratulations. Congratulations, Cynthia. So again, you get the box of sanitary napkins and you get the doTERRA essential oils. Please email us right away. Email us now your shipping address. That's all you need to do. Put in the subject, Superwoman, North Carolina, and your shipping address, and we'll get that sent out to you. The email is across the screen. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. So we have 2 more winners that we're going to announce at this time. So who is our third winner? Our third winner. Can we put up on the screen our third winner? Tanya, okay, congratulations, Tanya Surlock Sumter. Tanya Sumter, congratulations, Tanya. Winner number 3, congrats, congrats, congrats. Tanya, again, same protocol. You get the essential oils and the box of rain pads. Please send your shipping address to info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. We have been putting the email address on the screen. We'll also put it in the comments as well, but you see it on the screen right now, info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Just email your shipping information and make sure in the subject you put Superwoman, North Carolina. Congratulations, Tanya. So our next and last winner for this portion of the event is Veronica Mullins. Veronica, congrats. Yay. Veronica, you get the pads, you get the essential oils. Again, email us at info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Send us your shipping address, and also in the subject, just put Superwoman, North Carolina. So congratulations, Veronica. Congratulations to all of you that have won so far. We have so far given out the pads and the essential oils to 7 winners so far. We have 3 more. We have 3 more people. Wanda says, great info. Can't wait to try making my own heated Senate. Yes, neck wrap. Okay, girl. Okay, Wanda, and just for your comment, you just been entered to possibly win some pads and essential oils. So everyone, again, we have 3 more winners we're going to announce at the end of the show, and it could be you. All you have to do is comment or ask questions during our workshops here. We automatically put you in our electronic raffle, and the wheel just spins and randomly picks names. So that's all you got to do. All you got to do. So we got you still have a chance. You still have a chance. Renee, thank you so much. Thank you for being able to offer these essential oils to people in North Carolina. That's awesome. So thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. We want to change the world one drop of oil at a time.
I love it. I love it. And Renee is also a Black Girl Health member. And we love having her a part of our sisterhood. So thank you so much. And you enjoy the rest of your day, Renee. All right. So people, if you like what you're seeing, if you like what you're hearing and seeing, come join our sisterhood. Become a Black Girl Health member. All the people that you see who are hosting these workshops, they're all members. everyone is a BGH member. If you are a professional, if you're a health professional, if you're a doula, if you're a midwife, if you're a therapist, if you're a financial coach, you're a beautician, whatever. We want you to be a part of our sisterhood as a partner member. You can register at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. You're able to, you are the people who actually host our events. We do events all over the country. So not just here in North Carolina, but you have the opportunity to host events in any city, any state, anything that we do. So, and it's a way to promote your brand on a national level too, and throughout our community, promote your services and just being able to connect with other Black women. If you are someone who is just loving all the knowledge and the resources and just want to be able to get as much information as you can about health so that you can make informed decisions about your health, join us and become a member. We do this every Friday. We have our live talk show events every Friday in our membership about different topics, whether it's, weight loss, essential oils, whatever it is we're talking about. We have these discussions every Friday in our membership. You also get healthy recipes, sent to your phone. You get, workouts sent, and home workouts also sent to your phone. It's just so much you get within our membership. So we want every Black woman to join us. Every Black woman to be a part of this sisterhood. If you are trying to take charge of your health and be healthy and just wanting to be around people who are thinking that same thing, then join us. Membership.blackgirlhealth.com. And if you join us this month, you also get a free box of RAIN pads as well. So you will automatically get that sent to your address. So, all right, let's keep it moving. So we have our final workshop, and that's Healthy Living for Mommy and Me. That's coming up. And so we are going to be talking about the nutrition and the nutrition that you need to really live your best life as a mom, whether it's breastfeeding to prevent postpartum depression. We're going to be talking about that with Brooke Gilliam. So I'm really excited to tune in, and I hope that all of you tune in as well. So we're going to come right back right after the break. So stay with us.
The heart is a muscle that needs oxygen to work. The heart pumps oxygen-rich blood from your lungs to tissues throughout the body so that they can function. COVID-19 is a disease caused by a virus called SARS-CoV-2. The virus most commonly affects the lungs, but it can also lead to serious heart problems. COVID-19 can damage the lungs, preventing enough oxygen from reaching the heart muscle. This can injure the heart tissue and make it work harder to get oxygen to other tissues. In addition, your body responds to the virus by creating inflammation. Inflammation helps fight infection, but in some people with COVID-19, it seems to go into overdrive. The inflammation may damage the heart muscle or disrupt the electrical signals that help it beat properly. This could reduce its pumping ability or lead to an abnormal heart rhythm called an arrhythmia, or make an existing arrhythmia worse. The virus may also infect the heart cells. Researchers are working to understand if and how much this contributes to the heart damage in people with COVID-19. Some people seriously ill with COVID-19 form many small blood clots throughout their body, including their heart, which can also cause damage. Researchers think that inflammation may in part trigger the clots. People who have high blood pressure, diabetes, or obesity are more likely to have problems with their heart from COVID-19. NHLBI-funded research has helped us understand how inflammation and infection affect the heart. NHLBI is also supporting new studies, including clinical trials, focused on developing safe and effective treatments for people infected with SARS-CoV-2. We should all take steps to help protect ourselves and others from infection by washing hands often, avoiding crowded places, wearing a mask, and staying at least 6 feet from other people. Visit our website for the latest information and resources on COVID-19.
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement, we need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement. Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes and now the
the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BJH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
Introducing Rain Premium Sanitary Napkin. 50 milliliters of water will be poured onto a rain pad to test the absorbency system. Rain has an innovative design that is made with a strip infused with Nobel Prize-winning material, graphene. Finally, her feminine flow has met its match. Click the link below to order your Rain pads today. Rain is exclusively designed by Jewel Sanitary Napkins, LLC.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Brooke Gilliam, and I'm going to be your last presenter for the evening. And so if you need to take a moment, grab something to drink, use the bathroom, feel free to do so. I will go ahead and introduce myself. So again, my name is Brooke Gilliam, and I am from Greensboro, North Carolina. And I am a registered nurse and a lactation consultant. So those letters that you see at the screen behind my name just mean that I'm a nurse as well as an educator to provide breastfeeding support. So I received my nursing education from North Carolina Central University and my lactation education from UNC Chapel Hill. I would say a good 95% of my professional experience has allowed me to support mothers in the area of maternity. So currently I work as a postpartum nurse and a lactation consultant with a home birth midwife. So we service moms in the area of Durham and Chapel Hill, Raleigh, and the surrounding area. I have 3 children who currently are out of the home. Right now, they would be in the screen with me if they could, but thankfully my husband took them out. So I have 3 children, ages 10, 7, and 4, who I breastfed probably a good 6 years of my life. And each breastfeeding journey was different with all 3. All 3, I had completely different needs. So one of the biggest needs that I had with my last baby was nutritional support. I guess having to take care of 2 additional children in addition to my 3rd, I just forgot to take care of myself. I forgot to eat. I forgot to hydrate, which in result had negative impacts on me. So for this workshop, we are going to talk about healthy living for mommy and baby. So if you're breastfeeding, if you are finished with breastfeeding, or you're planning on having another baby with intentions to breastfeed, then all of this information will be really helpful for you. And we want to make this workshop as interactive as possible so we can have some other people win some of those wonderful essential oils. Renee, I wish I could have entered that contest to win some of those oils. But again, Superwoman Project, we're right here in North Carolina, and I'm coming to you from Greensboro. So drop in the chat and let me know where you're tuning in from. I will have some resources at the end of this presentation that will be specific to your area. So I would love to know where everyone is tuning in from. So next slide. So again, this is a nutritional workshop. We're going to talk about staying healthy and happy with a newborn. So I have happy italicized because you determine what happiness means. That's not something that I can determine for you. And I am not the type of person who believes that women should put a smile on their face to make everyone else in the room feel comfortable. We shouldn't wear a big Joker grin just to make everyone else feel like they're okay to be in our presence. You determine what happiness is. And if you feel like you're not having your best day, I definitely believe that we need to show that and communicate that to others, because you never know what other woman is watching you and can learn from your struggles. Again, we're all superwomen, so superwomen need help too. Superwomen don't always have positive days. So you determine what happiness is. You'll also receive tips and resources to combat postpartum depression. And so not every woman experiences postpartum depression, but if you know someone who is, then this information will be beneficial to them. So, hello, Kiera. Tell Irvin I said hello. And Veronica, thank you for tuning in from Cary. All righty, next slide. Okay, so we've heard from our presenters today about how our mind, body, and spirit all have to do with us being superwomen and maintaining great health. So in case anyone is just kind of in a bubble, let me remind you that we are still in the midst of a global pandemic. And I found it interesting that one article in particular talked about how social isolation from this global pandemic, can have effects on our bodies, specifically for women, and stated that women in particular were greatest affected by this transition to now being in our homes and not interacting with people as much as we used to, because women are the ones who are the classroom parent, or you may have been the team mom for your child's soccer team or baseball team, cheerleading team. We are the ones who are organizing and being most sociable within our settings. And so this pandemic caused us to kind of be introverts in a sense. And that interaction that we had with the outside world just came to a halt. And that had really profound effects on us mentally, also physically. Social isolation over a period of time can have more harmful effects on our body, more so than chronic health issues. So more so than high blood pressure, more so than diabetes. And I found that to be really interesting. So what do we do about that? So for the most part, tune in with people. You can tune in virtually, connect through Zoom. My sisters and I would like to get together and have monthly sessions where we just check in and see how everyone is doing. Just host little events, but also get outside. You can never underestimate the benefits of just breathing in that fresh air, like Renee shared with us. Get some essential oils and allow that to have positive benefits on our body. Asha shared with us earlier about the benefits of yoga and how just physical health can change our mental outlook on things. But then also share with someone, tell someone how you feel. Keeping your emotions bottled up can have more harmful effects than good. So that superwoman mentality where we feel we just have to take on all the pressures of the world end up causing more harmful physical effects for us. The last one I want to point out is practice mindfulness and meditation. So just being in the moment, being here now is so important, because it changes the way we perceive what's going on around us. So mindfulness is basically tuning in to whatever you're doing in the moment. So if you're cooking dinner, you are tuning out. Take out from your mind what you may have to do after you cook dinner. So take out of your mind that you have to pick clothes out for the kids, that you have to check the kids' homework, that you have to get yourself together for the next day, and focus more so on the smell, the scent that you receive from the vegetables that are sizzling, the sound that you hear around you. What's going on in that moment can really change your outlook. And absolutely, Veronica. So getting outside, getting that good vitamin D, that sunshine vitamin really improves our health. As women, we're deficient in vitamin D. Most of us, especially Black women, are deficient in vitamin D because of our melanin that we've been blessed with. So most women and children would need about 30 minutes of just getting outside, absorbing that sunlight directly to really make a profound impact on our vitamin D levels. Babies who are exclusively breastfed would require over-the-counter supplementation in vitamin D, simply because if mom is deficient, the baby may not be getting enough through mom's breast milk. So thank you for pointing that out, Veronica. Next slide, please. So another article that I wanted to point out spoke specifically to Black mothers who, we just don't receive as much treatment for postpartum depression when compared to white mothers. And I want you guys, I do want some feedback on this one to see if you agree with some of the points that were addressed in this article. So the article mentioned it was conducted in 2019, and it mentioned that 1 in 7 women total suffer from postpartum depression. And I personally feel that number may be a little bit greater, just simply from my circle and who I interact with, patients that I encounter. That number may be higher than 1 in 7. But specifically Black women the article mentioned that specifically Black women either receive less treatment for postpartum depression, or they underreported their symptoms of postpartum depression. And the reason being, the article suggested that they were not honest with the Edinburgh screener. Now, the Edinburgh screener is a simple questionnaire that your provider may give that asks, after you deliver your baby, they may ask, in the last 7 days, have you felt down, hopeless? Have you felt little interest or pleasure in doing things? Or have you had thoughts of wanting to hurt yourself or your baby? And there are a few other questions in between, but you guys get the idea. And so from what the article is saying, most Black women did not answer truthfully to those questions. And I can say for myself, working in healthcare, being a nurse, I knew what the screener was getting to. And so I purposely, for myself, did not answer those questions as honestly as I could, because number one, I didn't want to get placed on medication. And I just felt like this is something, whatever I'm experiencing, this is something that I can just move past. I can move and work through on my own. But one of the other things that the article made mention of was the fact that there's cultural shame tied to the word depression. And simply being in the Black community, we just got comfortable with using the word depression, if we can be honest. We don't want to be judged. Absolutely. Absolutely. But we just got comfortable with using that term depression. But think about some of your circles and some of the people you interact with on a daily basis. We may not use that term. What we may say is, I just don't feel like myself lately. I haven't felt like myself in the last couple of weeks, in the last couple of months. Or, I just have this constant headache that's just lingering. It won't go away. Or you may notice that your friend is no longer showing up to settings where they normally interact with you. Or, you may have that one mom who says, I'm just really tired because I've been up with the baby so much because the baby isn't breastfeeding well. So all of those, we're all speaking the same language basically, but we're just using different terms. All of that points to possible depression, possible postpartum depression, but it gets overlooked by providers because we aren't using the word that they're looking for. Women are still working on being confident enough to advocate for themselves. Absolutely, Veronica, absolutely. So, I would just encourage you guys. I would encourage you, if you aren't feeling like yourself, you can always start with getting outside, getting that vitamin D, have a picnic outside. It doesn't have to be anything that you plan. Take a walk, talk to someone that you trust and let them know how you're feeling. And if that still isn't doing the trick, then make mention to your provider how you feel. As I mentioned before, medication is not if that is not what you want, that is not the treatment that you have to accept. But postpartum depression, especially for Black women, is not anything that we should have to endure for years on end. I hear some women say that they're still in a state of depression and their child may be 4 and 5 years old. So that doesn't have to be you. That doesn't have to be your situation. So, Ryan, if you can pull me up to the full screen. Okay, so let's get into nutrition for a moment. And absolutely. So Veronica mentioned that telemedicine access to a licensed therapist is an option as well. Absolutely, Veronica. So at the end of this presentation, there is a link for you guys to be able to contact a provider directly. So you can search for a provider either in your area or online that is of interest to you, and you can just connect with a Black mental health provider directly. So at the end of this presentation. So I want to take a minute and I want you guys to think about what you ate this morning. So grab a piece of paper, write it down. If you want to put it in the chat, that's fine. Think about what you ate this morning. Think about what time you woke up this morning, what time you ate in relation to the time that you woke up. What did you drink? What did you eat? And how did you feel after you had your breakfast? Okay. So just take a moment, think about that, put it in the chat. I'll say for myself, I believe my children woke me up about 5:30. They went back to sleep, but I was already up. I got up and prepared breakfast, bacon and eggs. I was able to eat one bacon and egg sandwich because my children took the rest of that. And I had water, a cup of orange juice, and some herbal tea. And that was probably around 8 o'clock this morning. So the reason I want you to think about that is because we have all heard that it's really important for us to eat 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day with snacks in between. But what does that really look like? So during our waking hours, we want to make sure that we're eating at least every 2 hours. And we want to make sure the foods that we're eating are nutrient dense. And basically what that means is we want to eat foods that are giving us the biggest bang for our buck. So your Cinnabons, not so much. Your waffles, although they're really tasty, not doing the trick for you. So we really want to make sure we're eating good quality, calorie-rich, nutrient-dense foods. So hopefully you already have that written down. And I want this next portion to be interactive. I've encountered over my years of being a lactation consultant and a nurse, I've encountered various questions from moms who are breastfeeding. And I typically get hit with the question of, why am I not making enough breast milk? Or breastfeeding is not going as well as expected, so I'm going to have to switch the formula. So I know we had someone to tune in. Kiara mentioned that she breastfed for 3 years, anywhere and everywhere, unashamed, but folks feel they have to look. Yep, absolutely. So the world hasn't really caught up to believe that our breasts are made for feeding our babies. So absolutely, Kiara, please continue to do what you do. But so I want this information that I'm about to give going into the next portion is more so for mothers who are breastfeeding in any form of way. If you're exclusively breastfeeding, if you are breast and formula feeding, if you have plans to breastfeed in the future or breastfed in the past, you can just kind of think of what your experience was like. But all breast milk matters. So any drops that you're giving your baby are beneficial, and you'll benefit from this information. So hopefully you can just learn something new that you want to incorporate into your daily. Okay. So a breastfeeding mother will need about anywhere from 2,300 to 2,500 calories. The average person, if you're not breastfeeding, is a lot less than that, but we require an additional 500 calories to make sure we're meeting our body's demand, meeting the demands of baby. So getting into things, I have a few questions for you, and I want your feedback. You guys tell me if this is a myth, if it's true or false. So the first one I have is, you have to drink milk to make milk. True or false? What do we think? Give you guys a few seconds. So this one is actually false. You do not have to consume cow's milk in order to make breast milk. If you are not producing enough milk, it could actually have more to do with there being a vitamin D deficiency. And so that's just kind of where that myth comes from, where that thought process comes from. And since, of course, we know milk has vitamin D in it, that is one way to make sure you're getting your adequate source daily intake. But if your body can't tolerate dairy, then you can get your vitamin D through other sources. You can do a D3 supplement. You can make sure you're getting mushrooms, egg yolk, fatty fish, beef liver, and make sure you're taking a calcium supplement with that to help your body absorb that. But vitamin D is also really important for fertility. So if you know that you're thinking of getting pregnant in the future, or if you just want to make sure your body is as healthy as it can be from an overall woman standpoint, then vitamin D is extremely important for fertility, for breastfeeding, for maintaining a healthy pregnancy, as well as immune health. And I think the majority of us learned that during this pandemic, that with Black folks in general being deficient in vitamin D, we were also at greater risk for contracting the COVID virus and having negative outcomes as a result. So vitamin D, extremely important. And as I mentioned earlier, if we're deficient in vitamin D, then we want to make sure that we're giving our exclusively breastfed babies vitamin D supplementation up until the point where we introduce solids to them. If you feel that that is not an option for you, that's not something you want to do, then a breastfeeding mother would want to make sure that she has about 6,400 IUs of vitamin D in your system. Okay, so the next one, true or false? I must increase my water intake daily to produce enough breast milk. So true or false that you have to drink a set amount of water every single day in order to be able to produce enough breast milk? So that one, again, is false. That one is false. And I think that takes a lot of moms by surprise. We tend to think that our breast milk is 85% water. So if I'm not producing enough milk, that must mean I need to drink more water. So overhydrating yourself can actually have negative effects. So if you're drinking too much water, your breast tissue, specifically around the areola, can become swollen. That makes it hard for baby to latch. That can block your milk ducts and just really decrease the flow of milk. So what we should do instead is drink water when we feel thirsty. So I feel thirsty right now. But when you feel thirsty, drink water, and that's good enough for a breastfed mother to maintain adequate hydration. You can check your urine to tell whether or not you're getting enough water daily. If your urine is concentrated, if it's really dark yellow, you know, in nursing, we tend to do this. If your urine looks like tea, you need to drink more water. If your urine is more pale, then you're doing well. You don't have to consume more than that. So, all righty. So the next one, what I eat affects the flavor of my breast milk. True or false? What I eat affects the flavor of my breast milk. So that one is actually true. Breastfed babies get the benefit of kind of enjoying some of the things that we're eating. So you want to eat a variety of different foods. There was this one study that showed that it showed that when mothers consumed garlic and vanilla, that translated in their breast milk, and their babies tend to suck at the breast a little bit longer just because they enjoy that garlic and vanilla flavor. So absolutely, what you eat changes the flavor of your breast milk, and we have the enzymes lipase to thank for that. So if the flavor of our breast milk can change, can that also change the color of our breast milk? Absolutely. So I don't know if there are any mothers out there who ever noticed when they pump, their breast milk may have been an orange color or like a yellowish color. So if you are a daily consumer of carrots, for example, absolutely, that could change the color of your milk. Something else that could change the taste of your breast milk is when you start your menstrual period. It has more of a salty taste. Or towards the end of lactation, if you're starting to get to the point where you're getting ready to wean your baby, that can also change the flavor. And pregnancy, if you are still breastfeeding while you're pregnant, most babies will wean themselves just because they no longer like the taste of mom's milk. It's gone from a sweet taste to more of a salty taste. So looks like you guys already knew that though. All right, next one, true or false? I should avoid certain foods to decrease my risk of, let me start over. True or false? I should avoid certain foods to decrease the risk of my baby developing allergies. So this one came from a mom recently who said that her husband had an allergy to peanuts. So she wanted to avoid eating peanut butter or any type of nuts to decrease her baby's chances of having an allergy to nuts. So that's false. That's false. A breastfeeding mother should not have to change her diet. You can eat whatever you want to. You don't have to change your diet for that. And actually, the American Academy for Pediatrics advises against having a strict diet that's restrictive of those normal common allergy foods. So if you do notice that what you're eating is affecting your baby in a negative way, if you notice that your baby has a rash, or if you notice that your baby became flush moments after breastfeeding, or if your baby has green colored poop, vomits, or develops diarrhea, then that could possibly be related to something that you ate. And one good way to figure that out is just to remove whatever possible foods you think that cause the irritation out of your diet for 2 weeks. And if symptoms resolve, then you know it was related to that particular food. All right. So true or false? Next one. My baby is 6 weeks old. My baby breastfed like a champ. So this will be the best time for me to go on a strict diet. So this mother in particular really wanted to start losing weight. And we talked about waiting until breastfeeding was well established for her to start a diet. And so, do we think this is the right time for her to start this diet? So I'm going to say no. So anything that can restrict calories can negatively impact your overall health, can impact your energy stores, as well as your baby's nutrition. So I would say that that is a no. Again, breastfeeding women need at least need about 2,300 to 2,500 calories. Now, you can go to myplate.gov, enter your specific information. So they'll ask for your age, your height, your weight, whether or not you're breastfeeding, your gender, to determine how often you exercise, to determine specifically how many calories you need while breastfeeding. So I would really encourage you guys to do that, especially if you know that you want to get in the groove of exercising, but you don't want it to negatively affect your baby, then definitely go to that site. For most women who are going to experience weight loss from breastfeeding will notice a decrease in their weight around 3 months of age. When their baby is 3 months old, that's when they'll notice that drop in their weight. It doesn't happen for everybody, but for some. One other thing that's really important when you start exercising, you want to make sure you have a supportive bra. So not a restrictive bra, but a supportive bra. A bra that's too tight can cut your milk supply, and it's just uncomfortable while you're exercising. Okay. So true or false, as long as I take my prenatal vitamin, it doesn't matter what I eat. My baby will get all he needs through my breast milk. True or false? As long as I take my prenatal vitamin, it doesn't matter what I eat. My baby will get what he needs from my breast milk. So this one is kind of true and false. True and false. So absolutely, your baby is going to get all that he needs through from your body, through your breast milk. But we need to make sure that we are replenishing our stores. We need to make sure that we are putting the nutrients back in our body to make sure that we have enough energy and we're just replenishing ourselves so that we're healing appropriately. Now, the quality of the foods you eat can affect the quality of your breast milk. And this is the best way I like to describe this. So if we think of our breast milk and think of our bodies as kind of like the BMWs of cars. Now, I don't own a BMW, but I'm assuming that a BMW takes 93 octane gas. So if we know that we need that higher quality gas in order for our cars to operate the way they should, but for this one time, I'm going to use 87 because it's a little cheaper. My car will start up and it will run the way it should. But after, a couple of times, if you notice that things run appropriately, you're going to continue to use that 87. So maybe a one time, it's not going to really affect anything. But after continued use, you may notice that you need more maintenance checks. You may notice that things that don't even seem like they're related to the gasoline are breaking down, like the air conditioner stops working. That's because of the quality of the gasoline. It's all gasoline, but the quality varies. So our breast milk is the same way. The foods that we eat are the same way. You can't change the composition of your breast milk. And what I mean by that, everybody's breast milk is composed of like 85% water, 4% protein, 7% carbohydrates. I'm sorry, not 4% proteins. I'm sorry. 4% fats and about 1% protein. So we can't change the composition, but the quality of our milk varies based on what we're eating. So, all right. So the next one, this one is a good one. And I want to hear from you guys on this one. My grandmother says I can get a breast infection if I'm constipated. So I drink prune juice to keep myself regular. My grandmother says I can get a breast infection if I'm constipated. So I drink prune juice to keep myself regular. True or false? So grandma is actually correct on that one. Grandma is correct. So again, our gut health determines how healthy we are overall in terms of any form of infection. And mastitis is a form of infection. So if there was another study that was conducted that showed women who were routinely, who had pretty healthy stooling patterns, they were able to go to the bathroom and have a bowel movement every 1 to 3 days, had really great volumes of breast milk and were less likely to develop infections. Women who were chronically constipated were found to have more signs of mastitis. So I just thought that was a really good correlation there. So definitely grandma was right on that one. Grandma was right. So to combat that, make sure that you're getting plenty of probiotics. So that's your yogurt. You can take it in the form of a supplement if you prefer. Kombucha is a great drink, and that's something that I've discovered later in life, but absolutely has really great benefits. And make sure you're eating fiber-rich foods. All right, so we're coming up on our last couple of true falses here. So true or false? I use sage once a week to cleanse my house of negative energy. My sister says I should add herbal sage to my daily diet to rid my body of negative energy. True or false? Will sage have an effect on your milk supply, on your overall health? So that one, sage will actually cause a mother to have a decrease in her milk supply. It will cause her to have a decrease in her supply. So there are some other foods or herbs that can do the same thing. Sage, parsley, oregano, peppermint, jasmine flower can all decrease your supply. So I'm with Renee and with Portia in the sense that peppermint is great at reducing stress. It's great at for digestive health as well. But when it's consumed in high amounts, it can have negative impacts for a breastfeeding mother. So again, this is something when it's done in large doses and over a longer period of time. What about vegetarians? Vegetarians and vegans are generally healthy, so I don't have to worry about my diet when it comes to breastfeeding. So this one is individual. This is on an individual basis, but most vegetarians and vegans can be deficient in vitamin B12. So with vitamin B12, or if you are a vegetarian, definitely make sure that you're getting plenty of protein, calcium, iron, and healthy fats. Make sure you're getting enough. So you can make sure, so definitely make sure that you're getting those calcium-rich foods, at least 8 servings a day. And you can get that in the form of nuts, seeds, green leafy vegetables like your spinach, and bone broth. If you choose to take a calcium supplement, make sure you couple it with magnesium. That will help your body absorb that calcium more completely. Okay. And so I think we have about 3 more here. I started training for a 5K. I noticed some of my breast milk smells sour. My husband doesn't feed it to my baby because he said it's toxic. Will it hurt my baby? What do you guys think? If your breast milk smells sour from what it looked like this mom was doing too much exercising, will the breast milk cause problems for her baby? Will it be toxic? And so that one's actually false. The husband was wrong on this one. So the milk is having a souring smell to it, or a souring effect from the excessive exercise, from that the lactic acid. So those are think about the enzymes that are helping to break down the fats in the milk so that baby can ingest it and digest it. So some things that you can do to kind of combat that would be to make sure you are offer your baby fresh milk whenever possible. This can also happen if you're pumping your milk and storing it in the freezer. When you come to defrost it, sometimes the milk looks soapy with lots of bubbles on top, or it smells sour, or it tastes sour. So as long as your baby goes to the breast and takes your milk, you don't have to do anything different. But if you notice that your baby is refusing your milk, or just doesn't like it, then offer fresh milk whenever possible. But it does not hurt your baby. It does not hurt your baby. True or false? I haven't had alcohol in a year, and I plan to go out for dinner for my anniversary. I want to have a glass of wine. I guess I'll have to pump and dump for 24 hours, right? So there is a lot of controversy when it comes to drug use, alcohol use, smoking cigarettes, when it comes to breastfeeding. And for most women, for this mom in particular, she hadn't had any form of alcohol in over a year. And no, she doesn't need to pump and dump. So the thought is, if you are a sometime drinker, if you consume a glass of alcohol, if you feel buzzed, then that is not the right time to feed your baby, because if you breastfeed your baby in that moment, then your baby would feel the same effects that you do. So you don't have to pump and dump your milk. You don't really have to do anything different in that moment. Most alcohol will clear your system in about 2 to 3 hours, which is around the time that your baby will be ready to nurse anyway. And this only applies to sometimes drinkers. There was another study, interesting enough, that showed that women who had a family history of alcoholism, so the mother herself was not an alcohol abuser, but she had a family history of alcoholism. And it showed that it caused, just from her family history, whenever she consumed a glass of wine, it greatly affected her, as if she were, addicted to alcohol herself. So what that meant was that she noticed a drop in her supply. The hormones that normally help to produce breast milk were lower, and ultimately she ended up having to supplement her baby from the results of this low milk supply. So alcohol, in a sense, can increase your prolactin, which is the milk hormone, positive milk hormone, but it can also decrease the letdown effect. And my moms out there know what I mean about that sensation, that reflex to basically pour your baby a glass of more water, of something to drink. So absolutely, Kiera, don't pump that milk. Don't pump and dump the milk for one glass of wine. Absolutely. All breast milk matters, all drops. So thank you guys for participating in that little activity. Now I want you guys to go back to what you ate for breakfast. And let's take a look at that. So I wrote mine down. Take a look at that. And Ryan, if you can bring up the next slide. So, and you can go to the next one actually. So we talked about nutrient dense foods and how important they are. So I want you to just take a look at this list. Think about what you ate for breakfast and see what you can pull from this list to replace or just add to your meal to make it healthier for you and ideally your baby. And just take a moment for that. For me, I would probably take some of that asparagus and have me a side of asparagus along with my eggs. Instead of having scrambled eggs, I probably would have had a boiled egg and maybe a cup of oatmeal. And so if you guys want to drop in the chat and let me know what changes you would make, feel free to do so. But the important thing here, you want to make sure that you're getting those nutrient dense foods and just really getting the biggest bang for your buck. Okay. So after going all of that information, if there's someone out there who has a specific question about how your nutrition can impact mommy's overall health, impact baby's health, then definitely feel free to ask. But if you know that you're doing all of these things and you say, Brooke, I'm eating healthy, I'm doing exactly what you're saying, I'm exercising, and still just overall I don't have enough energy to get through my day, I don't have enough energy to interact with my child, and I feel like something is off, you're probably right. So I would encourage you to definitely check with your provider, talk with your provider, and see if you can get some blood work done to see if there are any deficiencies in any of the nutrients within your body. And sometimes there are some conditions that will just need to be corrected with medication. For most medications are safe to take while you're breastfeeding, most. So definitely check with your provider. If there's if you ever have a provider who says that you need to stop breastfeeding or for a certain period of time while you're taking that medication, definitely get a second opinion, check with a lactation consultant, or you yourself could check. There's a website called mommymeds.com. mommymeds.com, and you can just check and see how this particular medication can affect my breast milk. If you're not a medication taker, there are herbalists in our area who can definitely help you with any nutritional concerns that you have, any questions, and they work specifically with specific health problems. So if I feel like my thyroid is not working, is underworking, then you could work with an herbalist just to see what foods, what herbs can I take in particular to help with my overall health. Selenium is really great. So what can I do to help with this specific health ailment that I have? All righty. So yes, Cynthia, it looks like you would incorporate broccoli with your breakfast. Okay, great. All righty. Ryan, if you can go to the next slide there. So for anyone who is having any specific questions about mental health that we talked about earlier, so I feel like I'm experiencing depression or anxiety or some type of mood disorder. You just feel something isn't right. I'm not connecting with my baby as well as I thought, or I just don't feel like myself. You can use any of these. Websites here. The top one will take you to a list of Black providers in the area who would absolutely be able to help you either through telehealth services, or you could connect directly face-to-face with a provider. The second one here, North Carolina Perinatal Association, would be able to help you connect with resources specific to your area. So this link here would take you to a map of North Carolina. You would select which region you're in. If you're in Greensboro, I believe we're in region 2. And it will take you to a list of resources within your region, your area, to help specifically with postpartum mood disorders. Support groups are very, very beneficial. So if you can simply hear from another mom to know that exactly what I'm experiencing is exactly what you experienced, and this mom and that mom, sometimes that's all the support we need. We just need reassurance that what I'm going through is not necessarily normal, but is something that my sister experienced as well, and something that I can work through, something that I can get help for, receive resources for. So all of these support groups here are specific to North Carolina. So they're Facebook groups. Some may ask you to, they're private Facebook groups. So some may ask for your credentials, and we want to make sure that we keep the space, comfortable for Black women in particular. So Black women, brown moms, or mothers of brown children. We want to make sure that they feel comfortable to voice their concerns, and specific topics related to Black and brown individuals are addressed within these groups. And yes, Renee, I did not forget about essential oils. Essential oils can definitely help with improving overall, improving your mental health. If you feel like you need to take it a step further, getting in the sunshine, talking with others is not helping, essential oils is not helping, then absolutely feel free to reach out to those resources for professional help. And Ryan, you can go to the next slide. Okay, so the herbalist, reaching out for herbal support, absolutely beneficial. For those who do not like to take medication, you want to take a more natural route, then definitely feel free to contact the herbalist that I have listed. Most are doing virtual support. So even if you're not in the area of Greensboro or Raleigh or Durham, then virtual support, you can still connect with these professionals virtually. On the right-hand side, let's get moving with mommy and baby. So here are a few resources for anyone who would like to get involved with their children. So you can sign your children, your daughter, your son up for dance classes or health classes, and most will allow you to interact right there with your baby. Blossom Health and Maternal Health and Wellness is not local to North Carolina. Jada is actually out of Georgia, but classes are offered virtually. So that's the beauty of this pandemic. We can connect with people who are not specific to our area. All righty. And if anyone has questions for me in particular, feel free to contact me directly at support@mothersfinestmilk.com. If there's anyone out there who thought that you wanted to become a lactation consultant yourself, then we do have North Carolina A&T University they're actually getting ready for their second cohort of lactation students, and the application period is still open. So you can go to their site and apply for their program. Johnson C. Smith University has a program, and UNC Chapel Hill has a program. So before we close it out, I would like you guys to take a moment to make a pledge. This is a pledge for you, for yourself. Based on this information that you guys have received through this excellent workshop that we've had with all 4 presenters, what changes will you make in your life? What can you do specifically to improve your overall health? And so while you're taking a moment, feel free to put that in the chat, share that in the chat. And while you're taking a moment to write that down, I'll let you know my pledge. I pledge to incorporate a fruit or a vegetable with my breakfast at least 4 times a week. At least 4 times a week. I also pledge to incorporate yoga, my essential oils at bedtime, and getting outside at least 30 minutes a day to improve my overall health, specifically those vitamin D levels, and lower my stress. All right. If anybody wants to share their pledge, feel free to do so. And all right, if there are no other questions, I thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I hope you learned something new today.
Absolutely, Brooke, that was amazing. And I love all the tips because, I breastfed as I'm a mom of a 2-year-old. And, a lot of the questions a lot of the myths, you kind of dispelled some of those myths and answered a lot of questions about breastfeeding when you talked about from how much water, like I thought that like the more water that you drink, the better. And it's really not the case, So those were, that was like really interesting stuff. So Cynthia said, I will pledge to make myself a priority in my eating and physical health. Yes.
Absolutely.
Love it. Tanya says, I will pledge to do better with she says, I will pledge to do better with my physical and mental health, lower my stress and get outside more. See,
absolutely.
This is so, girl, Brooke, thank you so much. It's
absolutely.
So beneficial. Yes. This was amazing. Amazing stuff. Brooke, thank you so much for joining us. Brooke is also a Black Girl Health member. Yay.
Yes.
So we're really happy to have you a part of our sisterhood. Look forward to doing a lot of other stuff with you. So thank you so much for being part of this event.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right. So now it is time, I guess, the moment that everyone is waiting for, our last three winners that we're going to announce. So for the raffle, so this whole event, we have been doing a free raffle. When you comment or ask questions, we automatically have put you in our little electronic wheel and have randomly selected people to win Datura essential oils and non-toxic Rain sanitary napkins. We have announced 7 winners, and today at this time we're going to announce our last 3 winners of the day of the event as we close out our wonderful session. So without further ado, let's roll that wheel. If we can announce our first winner. Lakeisha McClammy. Hello. Congrats, Lakeisha. Lakeisha is she is our 8th winner, Lakeisha McClammy. Lakeisha, can you please email us at info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Email us your shipping address. So we will send out to you doTERRA essential oils, and we will also send out to you the Rain chemical-free sanitary napkins. So just make sure you have the title, the subject, Superwoman, North Carolina, and we'll send that out to you. So if we can put on the screen, info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org, and we can put that on the screen. There you go. That is the email address. So don't forget, do it now before you do anything else. We want to get your shipping address because we want to send that out to you. Lakeisha, info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. Congratulations to you. All right, so our next winner is, roll the drums, the next winner, Carmen LeGrand. Carmen, winner number 2. Yes. Congrats, Carmen. So again, please email us your shipping address, info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. We will send out your essential oils and your Rain toxic-free pads. Carmen, congratulations. And don't forget to send out your shipping address. Email that to us so we can send that out to you. Okay, so our last and final winner, this is our 10th winner of the event. The 10th winner, raffle winner. 10th is Wanda Cox Bailey. Wanda, congrats. Our final winner. Yay! So again, Wanda, I'm like a robot today, repeating because I repeat so much because people miss it. That's why I'm repeating. So if you're hearing this repetitively, I mean, it's because people come at different times of the event and people miss it. And sometimes you just gotta, so it can sink in. I repeat myself over and over again. But Wanda, congratulations again. Email us at info@blackgirlhealthfoundation.org. We're putting it on the screen. Just email us your shipping address. Email us today. email us right now, Wanda. Email us right now your shipping address so you don't forget. We're going to send you out your essential oils, and we're going to send you out your toxic-free pads by Rain. And make sure in the subject you just put Superwoman North Carolina. So yay. So congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to all 10 winners. We thank you so much for everyone who tuned in and joined us. If you liked what you were hearing and like what you were seeing and want to be a part of Black Girl Health and our sisterhood, we want you a part of Black Girl Health. We want every woman a part of, every Black woman a part of Black Girl Health. So sign up today. If you actually sign up this month in April, you will actually also get a free box of pads sent to you, a free box of Rain non-toxic pads sent to you anyway. So we want you to sign up. If we do these things every Friday, that we have events, we have so many different things that we do. And as a member, you get it all. You get recipes, you get workouts, you get everything. And then if you are a professional, if you are actually a business person, and maybe you're a hairstylist, a therapist, a midwife, a doula, a financial coach, a fitness trainer, a doctor, we want you as well. We want you to sign up as a member. You would actually be considered our partner member, and you are the people who actually host all our events. So you see how we have people host workshops. Those are our partner members. So we want you also to sign up to help educate our community and be a part of our sisterhood. So I'm to sign up. You asked, how do you sign up? Can we put that on the screen? Membership.blackgirlhealth.com. That's how you sign up. Membership.black. Can we put that across the screen? Awesome. That's how you become a member. You just go there, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. And we hope that you become a member today. So thank you all for joining us. That concludes our event. The 4 workshops were absolutely amazing. Asia Sims, Desiree Mittman, Brooke, Gilliam, Renee Jones, everyone, all the workshop presenters who participated in this event. We thank you all. Thank you to our sponsors and partners, the National Library of Medicine, Mid-Atlantic Southeastern Division. We thank the National Library of Medicine for helping us, be able to put this together and bring this to North Carolina. Also, we would like to also thank Carter Bank and Trust, also one of our sponsors, for being involved as well. We would like to thank Rain and Black Girl Health, our sister organization. We thank you all for helping us this come to fruition and being able to bring Superwoman Project North Carolina to North Carolina. So without further ado, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And at the end of the day, you need to take care of you. Moms, take care of yourself. Put yourself first. I hope if you didn't get anything out of this event, which I hope you got a lot, but I hope you got one of the most important things is to just put yourself first. It's time, because you can't be the best person you can be for your children if you're not well. All right. So that's all, folks. Bye-bye.